Dzień dobry Państwu, witajcie w Krakowie.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Kraków. Welcome to our region. This is the second day of our conference, Poland in Healthy Atmosphere, about the experience of this region and other regions in anti-smog activities. It's great to see you, and on behalf of the Polish Smog Alert and other NGOs, I have this pleasure to welcome you today at this local Center of Science and Research. And this conference is organized under the patronage of the Minister of Science and Technology and Minister for Development. So that is a clear signal that we are committed to improve the quality of our air. And again, that confirms that clean air remains one of the greatest challenges for our country. For many years now, this region has been working for clean air, and we've achieved a great progress. And this is here and now where we can sum up our joint efforts. So we're here to present experience of this region and other regions. So with these efforts, they challenge the issue of clean air, and they've been quite successful. You know, it is very important to reconciliate families, to bring people together, to use this carrot and stick approach. So we're sharing good practices, cases, when it comes to enforcement of anti-smog resolution, replacement of sources of heating, and when needing, enforcing legislation and communication with your community. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to officially open the second day of the conference. Tomasz Pietrusiak, who comes from the Marshal's Office of the region, and he's the Deputy Director of the Environmental Department. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Marshal of this region. This is the second day of our conference. Yesterday we spoke about education and financing and introducing the smoke resolution, anti-smoke resolution, and today we'll talk about the LIFE project and what we've delivered over the past 10 years. So I'll show you what we achieved together in the past 10 years, and let me emphasize strongly that we did it together, jointly. So we have guests from the level of the European Commission. We have our guests from the National Fund for Environmental Protection, from all levels of local government, starting from those that had to be so much engaged. So these are communal level, regional level, city level. And as you know very well, we have this excellent collaboration on introducing anti-smoke resolution. So we've achieved a lot. We truly did. We're happy to boast that although we were starting off from a very low position in the ranking, we were infamous for our air quality, but together with the Silesian region, we responded to that challenge. We took the challenge, and today we're celebrating the Day of Clean Air. Today is the 14th of November. And I have this great satisfaction. I've been with the Marshal's Office for 20 years. For 12, I've been engaged in this clean air campaigning. And on my way, I've met so many professional, committed people who work towards this goal. So today, we would like to show you a short video, a short film on the history of the project, and I'll follow up with a comment, with a presentation. So yesterday we had 240 people in this room and more than 300 online participants, and we're very much looking forward to similar turnout. So we have guests and participants online from Brussels, from other institutions. I would like to Welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, participating online. I know that you followed us yesterday, so today we'll talk about our successes and about our plans for the future. So good morning again. I open the second day of this conference, and let's watch this video. Thank you.
W zdrowej atmosferze jest realizowany przez 69 partnerów. Jego celem jest skuteczne wdrożenie programu ochrony powietrza. Za koordynację zadań odpowiada województwo małopolskie. W 2015 roku samorządy podpisały deklarację współpracy przy realizacji projektu. W 2020 roku do projektu dołączyło 7 nowych gmin. Pierwsze działania projektu LIFE dofinansował Wojewódzki Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej w kwocie ponad 1 miliona euro. Projekt dodatkowo otrzymał wsparcie z Narodowego Funduszu Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej, który przekazał blisko 3 miliony euro. Kluczowym elementem realizacji projektu było stworzenie sieci ekodoradców, specjalistów, których misją jest budowanie świadomości ekologicznej na temat zanieczyszczenia powietrza i jego wpływu na zdrowie. Ekodoradcy edukowali w kwestii zanieczyszczenia powietrza i byli wsparciem dla mieszkańców w staraniach o dofinansowanie na wymianę kotła, termomodernizację lub zakup odnawialnych źródeł energii. Od początku trwania projektu ekodoradcy zorganizowali ponad 10 tysięcy spotkań i warsztatów. Pomagali mieszkańcom, udzielając porad w zakresie programów dotacyjnych i przepisów antysmogowych. Przekazywali również materiały informacyjno-edukacyjne, prowadzili badania kamerą termowizyjną. Skutkiem działań ekodoradców było znaczne ograniczenie emisji szkodliwych substancji do atmosfery. W ciągu 6 lat od przyjęcia uchwały antysmogowej dla Małopolski, odważne działania projektu LIFE przyniosły znaczące rezultaty. Wymieniono ponad 82 tysiące kotłów na paliwa stałe. Średnia liczba wymienionych kotłów w gminach partnerskich projektu LIFE jest aż 3 razy wyższa niż w pozostałych gminach Małopolski. Projekt LIFE stał się wzorem, jak zdecydowane działania mogą przyczynić się do poprawy jakości powietrza. A liczby wymienionych kotłów to konkretne dowody na to, że każdy mieszkaniec ma wpływ na jakość powietrza. W ramach projektu LIFE powstało Centrum Kompetencji, będące ważnym źródłem wsparcia dla ekodoradców. To centrum oferujące szkolenia, warsztaty, konferencje oraz tworzące bazę wiedzy dla samorządów lokalnych. Projekt zainicjował 3 edycje studiów podyplomowych, 2 edycje szkoleń z zakresu kontroli palenisk domowych oraz 3 edycje szkoleń z obsługi bazy inwentaryzacji ogrzewania budynków. Jednym z kluczowych kroków było wprowadzenie uchwał antysmogowych zobowiązujących do wymiany starych kotłów węglowych. W styczniu 2016 roku przyjęto uchwałę antysmogową dla Krakowa, zakazującą stosowania paliw stałych. Podobne decyzje podjęto w Małopolsce i innych regionach Polski. Aktualnie w 14 na 16 województw obowiązują uchwały antysmogowe. W 2021 roku wprowadzono dodatkowe tzw. lokalne uchwały antysmogowe. Wprowadzenie nowych standardów w dziedzinie ochrony powietrza przyczyniło się do powstania wielu skutecznych narzędzi wspierających realizację programu ochrony powietrza. Od 2020 roku działa aplikacja Ekointerwencja. Aplikacja cieszy się dużym zainteresowaniem. Pobrano ją ponad 20 tysięcy razy. Z myślą o mieszkańcach powstała również strona internetowa www.powietrze.małopolska.pl, która co roku notuje 2,5 miliona wyświetleń. To nie tylko liczby, to dowód na zaangażowanie społeczności w walce o czyste powietrze i świadomość ekologiczną. Projekt LIFE w Małopolsce nie ograniczał się tylko do lokalnej skali. Efekty projektu dostrzegane były także na arenie międzynarodowej. Grupa 50 ekodoradców z Małopolski odwiedziła Danię, inspirując się innowacyjnymi rozwiązaniami w dziedzinie zrównoważonego rozwoju i walki ze zmianami klimatycznymi. Małopolska stała się źródłem inspiracji dla całego kraju. Przykłady to baza centralnej ewidencji emisyjności budynków, którą uznano za dobrą praktykę na poziomie krajowym, oraz ogólnopolska lista zielonych urządzeń wzorowana na małopolskim projekcie. Na podkreślenie zasługują także innowacyjne kampanie, takie jak Małopolska łapie oddech, czyli wyposażenie szpitalnych oddziałów dziecięcych, szkół i przedszkoli w oczyszczacze powietrza, czy Zmierz się z wyzwaniem, czyli utworzenie sieci czujników jakości powietrza w ponad 100 szkołach. Wszystkie te działania podejmowane przez województwo małopolskie z każdym rokiem przyczyniają się do poprawy jakości powietrza w regionie.
Może nie teraz, ale może za kilka lat, że będziemy mogli wtedy z taką satysfakcją i z dumą powiedzieć, że ten nasze działania przynoszą efekty, które oczywiście są pozytywne dla środowiska, które nas otacza.
Tak jest, drodzy Państwo.
Right, so this is the right moment, ladies and gentlemen, to give a round of applause. But this applause is deserved by you, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, let's give a big round of applause to those who are behind these absolutely amazing, impressive achievements. It's you. You deserve the applause for 10 years of hard work in your daily jobs, well, your hard work towards improving the quality of air. You do deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the first session of today, a handful of household items. So we have simultaneous interpretation throughout the day. It may be important if you need interpretation support during one of the interventions, one of the presentations in session 3. So you may collect your headsets downstairs at the reception. You may need that, you may want to do it during the coffee break. And as this building is a bit difficult in terms of internet coverage, please use the local Wi-Fi. And it may come useful, but still it will be a surprise to what extent and when. And then the third item, so refreshments, great coffee, and at the closing, splendid lunch that will be served on the first floor. Take the staircase or the elevator. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session is devoted to diagnosis and perspectives, economy, investment, and the quality of air. So that is to give you a broader context. So that is to look back at the past decade and look into the future. Expert will talk about the improvement of quality of air in terms of statistics, and they will cover projects like Life Małopolska and their impact on the economy and the quality of life, and they will prove that investment into clean air that drive innovation. And the first presentation will come from Tomasz Pietrusiak, who is the Deputy Director of the Environmental Department at the Marshal's office in Kraków, for the Kraków region. Director, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Well, I remember that when on 2013 I was appointed the deputy director in this department, I was asked by my direct supervisor whether, apart from these environmental fees, I'm going to choose waste or air. And she added, well, take the air. Air will be more difficult, more challenging. And actually, looking back, well, looking 12 years back, I have to say that that was a major, major challenge, but that it also offered us an array of opportunities. And like just throughout my presentation, I'll be able to prove that we all benefited, and this region benefited from these efforts. These good practices boil down to people first and foremost. So let me start with a person who was instrumental for the project. That's Guido de Wild, who is with us today. So first at the meeting in Brussels and then at the meeting in Bratislava, he met representatives of the Polish anti-smog alert. Well, he said that the Commission saw 3 hotspots in Europe with extremely bad air quality, with monitoring stations when people had life-threatening, health-threatening situations. So the Commission was about to launch new integrated projects and allocate 10 million euro to people, and these people would be implementing these projects, leading to a major improvement in people's life and health, that eventually people would be able to breathe fresh air. So we met in Bratislava, and then we heard that we had more people like us, people who wanted to do more, who wanted to have effective solutions. So this is how we met with representatives of Hydrometeorological Institute in Slovakia and Vito Institute from Belgium and another institute, and people from the Silesian region in Poland who were ready to take up the challenge with us. Well, it wasn't easy to agree on the coordination, who would be the driving force here, who would be reporting, who would be settling the budgets and communicate directly with the European Commission. At that stage, in 2013, Kraków smog alert was at the stage of past discussions with the city of Kraków, with the municipality, because there was this first attempt to introduce full ban or using and consuming solid fuels, because we knew that that could bring us closer to the improvement of the air quality in the area of Kraków. So consequently, here we are. We kicked off a project with a 10 million euro contribution from the European Commission, with the total value of 72 million zloty. Initially, we had 32 partners in municipalities, then the number went up. Initially, because of the financials, we could take on more municipalities because of the subsidies, and together with Kraków Smog Alert, together with our foreign partners, and that Kraków Smog Alert and the Silesian region, we responded to the challenge. At the stage of the project, more municipalities, when seeing the developments in the municipalities participating in this LIFE project, joined us. So we ended up having 62 municipalities in our region. So in 2023, we were able to secure financing our eco-advisors from other sources. Initially, we found it very difficult that the Commission said, well, we want to choose you. You received the highest scoring out of all the projects submitted to the European Commission, out of 39 projects, but only because you promised that you would improve the quality of air in all regions, all these regions that have that very bad quality of air. So we were trusted by the European Commission. They believed that we would deliver. So we were to introduce this air improvement program for this region. So we had to face up to this challenge. We had to actually count these boilers, and we estimated them at between 480 to 500,000 boilers that we had to tackle throughout the life of that project. I'm happy to say that our eco-advisors who are here with us in this room are until today the ambassadors of that difficult challenge. So we started off from the administrative approach and effective implementation of the project. And it's no secret that we modeled the concept of eco-advisors on the Klimaschutz managers concept in Germany that have proven very effective. So we decided to introduce these eco-advisors in our region because in 2013, during our initial project, we had lots of comments, had lots of feedbacks from heads of municipalities that they suffered from a lack of appropriately trained and skilled people that they needed technical support people who would be professionally capable of working for the local administration, but they also needed the support from the regional and local inspectorates of environmental protection. So all these institutions that provided us with details with monitoring stations and all the institutions that offered administrative and financial support in our project.
Creating a network of eco-advisors was the key element of this project, which is supported by our colleagues from the European funds. And following the first resolution being adopted by the city of Kraków, they planned the first 100 million euro for Małopolska as the first region in our country to finance replacement of boilers. And we've heard opinions that it is a task of high risk because we don't know whether municipalities will be able to absorb these funds. Then there was confirmation after we settled this project. 27,000 boilers were replaced, and the conclusion was very simple. If it wasn't for eco-advisors and our training sessions for municipalities, this process wouldn't have been so successful. And what we did at the Marshal's office, we assumed that we have to be the center of support for eco-advisors, their everyday work, not only add tasks to them and tell them what they are supposed to do, but answering and responding to their needs, because they may have some needs that we can support. And because there was the Center of Competence, which was launched, we prepared postgraduate studies for them, original postgraduate studies, and we encouraged the best universities in Kraków to give what is best in the walls. So what boilers should be installed, renewable energy sources, how to organize thermal modernization effectively, not to be too expensive, how to give them benefits, how to teach them how to use these boilers to improve their quality of everyday lives, but at the end of the day, reducing the tons of needless emission that was generated so far. It all happened thanks to a group of employees that worked at the Center of Competence at our office, and they've been trying to support all the municipalities and local governments in the region. In order to do that successfully, we needed tools. I will discuss them a bit later. And what was also needed was to build certain things at the regional level. We needed to educate councillors, officials at the Marshal's office, so that they wanted together with us to take up the challenge. And we wanted to plan funds ahead for the next perspectives. They were supposed to help us to settle this project at the level of our Department of Budgeting. We needed better awareness of these things, so that we realize it is our common goal and we have to do it together. And how did we go about that? We employed 67 eco-advisors in our project in 62 municipalities in Małopolska. Of course, there were more candidates, but the budget was for 67. Thanks to these brave ambassadors that testify to the fact that involvement, commitment, working extra time, talking about that on Sundays, Saturdays, holidays. So a lot of commitment, a lot of effort. All of that gave measurable results. They helped people in the Małopolska region to obtain subsidies. They carried out very effective and successful educational campaigns. They organized workshops in kindergarten, school. So like the workshop, draw a picture what is burnt in your furnace at home. It was old shoes, clothes, plastic toys, saying I can burn it in the daytime, at night. So it was drawn in pictures by children. Then there were workshops with eco-advisors, and we made jokes about first difficult experiences, but we came to simple conclusions. We had two armies trained, like an army of children. After workshops, they went back home, and they were observing their grandparents and telling them, don't do that, don't burn it, because it is polluting us. And there was the army of elderly people, like third age university meetings with fire guards, doctors, priests, who were also educating people locally in church, telling them that burning waste is an ecological sin. So the other army placed some pressure on those financing heating at home, so adults, because they made choices with their wallets. Then advisory in investment first. It was a very big challenge. Whether eco-advisors can handle that well, whether the market of installators and companies is flooding the group of inhabitants who are unable to verify new technologies, solutions. Sometimes there might have been cases of fraud, too expensive costs. So after the first round of postgraduate studies, we had an army of experts which were supposed to filter out the offers reaching the inhabitants, so that they do not need to incur too high costs or choose the wrong technologies. So representatives of companies were irritated and upset, but thanks to the support of the University of Science and Technology, which provided us with knowledge and know-how about the best solutions, best installations, it was verified successfully. There were many meetings, many workshops for inhabitants, and they were made aware. At the beginning, they were saying, it's happened like that for generations, my grandfather burned that. Well, we raised the awareness. So what was also needed was support to people who were unable to cope on themselves, like facing the problem of energy poverty. So it cannot be like that we have money, we have education, there is a carrot, but there is no mobilization. We needed mobilization, namely inspection visits. The first inspections were focused on support, asking questions, what is the problem? But if there were guys and people, basically, who did certain things for the second, third time, we needed to have a certain form of a stick, like fines, or certain matters were taken to court so that people are aware. If you pollute the air, if you do harmful things to the health of your neighbors, you will be fined, you will be punished. There was a lot of resistance at the beginning. At the beginning, there was also resistance among councillors, heads of municipalities and communes. It was quite difficult at first, but let me say that there were some good results and outcomes. It is not the full list in this slide, but let me begin with financial outcomes. Our partners in municipalities, our eco-advisors, prepared more than 68 applications for co-financing for investment in private housing. Thanks to that, in Małopolska, we spent 712 million Polish zlotys in our region, but the result at the end of the project that you saw in the video, well, it was the summary of the stage for 2022 in the video. Now boilers are more than like 110,000 of the boilers replaced, thanks to support and the commitment of eco-advisors in our municipalities. It required millions of materials, first on paper, and information via post, information about taxes, so that inhabitants are made aware, because every inhabitant wants to receive this bit of information, to have it in their hands, to look at that and learn about that. There were many meetings, there were 820,000 organized information campaigns, almost 1.3 million advice provided to inhabitants. It is 165,000 students participating in educational lessons and sessions, and 40,000 of inspections of burning waste. And now a moment about technologies. A few words about that. We needed the application for eco-intervention, so an anonymous tip if something wrong was happening, like burning waste in furnaces at home or dumping wastewater. And there was also Polska portal, so very good communication with local governments was necessary. More than 35,000 of anonymous tips in the application, and establishing that in 5,000 cases there were irregularities, and application to deal with industrial waste, because it was not only about private individuals, the industry had to be observed and monitored as well. And this portal, Eco Portal, is the source of information from municipalities and e-learning platform prepared for eco advisors, website of the LIFE project, 2.5 hits every year. So there was a lot of information at this website, the transfer of good practices. It was very useful. So the list of boilers and solid fuel boilers, it was contribution to creation of the national list, which is used on an all Poland scale, taking stock of heating devices. And then the most important thing, the number of boilers replaced in individual years, breakdown into individual years. You can see all municipalities from Małopolska, and some years 62 municipalities in Małopolska replaced 3 times the number of boilers per municipality in Małopolska as compared to other municipalities in the vicinity. The most important thing that we were obliged towards the European Commission is reaching acceptable levels of emissions. You can see the decrease in the graph. It is really impressive. Still, there is this challenge ahead of us of how we can reach the desired numbers, the numbers from the directive and new standards of the WHO. Spectacular results. Let me focus on Kraków now, because Kraków, in our bravest dreams, we couldn't have imagined that for PM 2.5 and PM 10, that we would be able to reach the levels like today, that will allow us to say, breathing in the air, that, well, we have clean air, we can breathe fully. So it was a positive surprise. Ben's appearance reached acceptable levels, because at the beginning it was 7-8 nanograms. Now these are acceptable levels. So I would say that's the biggest measurable result, which allowed us to breathe in clean air. And then transfer of our successes is very important. It is not only for Małopolska and Silesia, because we have our eco-advisors. Now it is also in Opolskie, Podkarpackie, Mazowieckie, Wielkopolskie, so other regions, and they are also active there. And we did something else. After the first LIFE project, we decided that the air is important, but the climate is also very important for the Commission. And since 2021, we have the project Eco Małopolska, focused for implementation of the Plan for Energy and Climate. Now we have the third project about the support for medium-sized cities to be prepared for adaptation to climate changes. So Małopolska Life Dream Cities. So the experiences from Małopolska were copied abroad, Slovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria. They copied eco-advisors, but also they prepared their own integrated projects. And they've been implementing the innovative solutions that we are trying to copy as well, and have a look at them and perhaps copy. That's a possibility. Now, about to wrap it up, because I know I'm running out of my time. So after our LIFE project starting from 2024, we found financing not only for municipality guards, and I told you more about them yesterday, not only for eco-advisors, but we planned 500,000 for every municipality for an eco-advisor, but there is support for energy transition for municipalities. It is a large project that will be implemented till 2028. Here, let me take advantage of this opportunity, and there will be an event within this project conducted by us as the Center of Competence on the 21st of November at the University of Science and Technology, the next edition of postgraduate studies, and the first 45 people from municipalities will start postgraduate studies. On the 2nd of December, there will be a cycle of workshops that will be launched with the Chief Supervision Office of Construction. We are going to discuss various problems that appear in our central register of buildings emissions, so that we can see our perspective together with all these institutions and come up with certain solutions. On the 11th of December, another conference opening opening actually this project. So you will hear some details. There will be study visits domestically, abroad. We'll try to show to you state-of-the-art challenges and current challenges. So at the end of the day, let me say the following things, because people are asking about economic outcomes thanks to funds from complementary sources, so directly from the European Commission, but also from the European Fund for Małopolska. Live Małopolska project generated 1.4 million euro of complementary funds, and they've been invested in Małopolska by Małopolska local governments. I know I've been talking for too long, so I'd like to say thank you to all of you, starting from representatives of the European Commission, who have supported us tremendously since the very beginning, representatives of the national and voivodeship organizations for environmental protection, all our partners from the Małopolska region and other regions, and many thanks to eco-advisors, because you've taken up the challenge, you've been with us, and I hope in the future we are going to work together successfully so that for our inhabitants we'll maintain the level of air quality and reach the right standards. And that's all from me. Thank you very much indeed.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy.
Well, great. Thank you so much. I think you agree, ladies and gentlemen, here that a handful of good practices of this region worked out together with you, some statistics and some great news for the region when it comes to the perspective is a wonderful introduction to the next part of our session. Speaking about the diagnosis and prospects, we should also analyze the impact of this LIFE project onto the economy of the project. Joanna Hope, Ivan Professor, EU Consult. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you so much for inviting me, ladies and gentlemen. It was my pleasure to evaluate a project which such a successful history and great track record. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent EU Consult, business. It is one of the very few businesses that evaluates very different projects. This project was not very easy to evaluate. Well, so we had to analyze the impact of this LIFE project on the economy of the region. So the question is about the method used to assess that impact. In all projects that we deliver, we run very many types of research. We conduct interviews with people engaged in implementing LIFE program. It is important to emphasize a very good perception of the program on the part of businesses, because it is them who have to make these difficult decisions on replacing their heating sources. So the title of my presentation is Analysis of the Impact of Integrated LIFE IP Małopolska Project on the Economy of the Region and Social Issues. According to WHO report of 2016, that was the year of kickoff of the project, more than 30 cities on the list of the 50 most polluted cities in the EU were Polish cities and towns, and that included 7 towns and cities in this region, Małopolska. So clearly, Polish cities, and in particular large Polish cities, were leading the ranking of pollution. Very often air quality standards were exceeded, highly exceeded. We could see the smoke, we could see the air pollution. And now, let's look at LIFE Małopolska project right now. So a very broad and dense network of eco-advisors was implemented. So that was the success factors, one of many in this LIFE project. So interviews were our interviews with the eco advisors, our research presented and proved that took a lot of effort. So many people, many members of the community that are quite conservative, they opt for making their own decisions and their daily practices are rooted in some historical aspects. So these eco-advisors had to explain the reasons behind replacement of the smokers to different heating sources. It was a very difficult work. It required a change of perception in communities. Very often these communities in small towns and villages were quite conservative. So we had a network of 270 eco-advisors in the region. This region, Małopolska, was the first region in Poland that implemented the anti-smog resolution.
Uchwałę antysmogową. W 2000
And in 2024, so that was 1 year ago, for the first time, Kraków did not show any excession, any exceeding of the target level of benzoypyran at any station. And we believe this is a huge achievement when we look back at the history. So undoubtedly, the project has been very successful. It's not an easy task to fight smog. Well, and all partners, private individuals, businesses, single-family houses, apartment buildings, they all had to be engaged. So this is about improving the quality of air and the impact on the adaptation of the region to the climate changes. So we had the following information from businesses. 74% of entrepreneurs in the region confirmed that the quality of air in Małopolska, in this region, had improved. Businessmen are often critically thinking, reasonable, and down-to-earth persons. So 74% of them believe that the air quality improved, and they also use some tools like apps showing concentrations of different contaminants. And then the impact of the region's adaptation to climate changes, 24% of them confirmed that that was the right step on the way to respond to the climate change. And then we have this demand for supplying new environmentally friendly sources of energy in the region. Here, nearly 58% of businesses express their intention to have their heating devices, systems replaced with environmentally friendly and modern devices. So nearly 25% of effort have been made to achieve that climate change, to respond to the climate change. And it was our effort to have that sample representative for the region.
Moment. Tak, jeszcze efekty na zdrowie mieszkańców. Otóż jak
Now the impact on the health of the local population. I make the point to be personally engaged in the study and conduct some interview. Well, it seemed though very difficult to analyze the impact of the program on the health condition of people in the region. So Professor Czarnobilska from the Medical University in Kraków shows that it pays to improve the condition of air. So, for example, there was a drop in asthma in children from 22 to about 9%, in children from age 7 to 8, and from 22% to about 5% for teenagers from 16 to 17 years. And then there was a drop in the running nose or stuffed nose condition caused by allergy, and their drop was observed from 64 to about 36%. Then there was the effect related to the reduction or decrease of the annual average concentrations of PM 2.5 and PM 10 in Kraków. So that's the outcome of the situation. And then we have the assessment of the impact of the project by eco-advisors. 67% of eco-advisors pointed to the improved quality of the air. We also analyzed the assessment of the impact of the project on the comfort and quality of life of people. So, on the scale from 1 to 5, the average we had in that study was 3.8. So I would say it averaged 4. So I would say it was a good average, demonstrated that positive impact on the quality of climate, environment, and air in the region. And then we have an assessment of the impact of the quality of air on the health of residents, viewed by eco-advisors. So on the scale from 1 to 5, the average was 3.62. So that was the health impact. So we heard from the previous speaker that eco-advisors were very skilled, very professional, with a lot of professional knowledge, with impressive educational background. So I believe we can trust in their knowledge and assessment. I operate usually in the public health area, and I was surprised that purity of air had so much impact on the health condition. Then we were wondering about the impact of economic condition and the changes in the economic outcomes. So we have that comparison against 2015. So that's the period before the program was launched. So 85% of growth in the added value growth. Well, of course, that added value growth does not result only from clean air, but I'll explain that in a moment. Then 92% of the total GDP for the region was reported, so nearly 10 years, and then change in the retail and wholesale value of commodities, 76%, and changes in employment, nearly 19%. So the next slide is more selective when it comes to the data pinpointed by businesses. Well, they believe that economic changes resulted from the quality of air. So 19% of entrepreneurs admitted that that clean air had an impact on the economic growth in the region. There was an increase in the demand for ecological heating, 58%. So that's what it's like by businesses. Then an increase in services offered. 35.5% of analyzed entrepreneurs, respondents, they confirmed that there was a growth in their interest in the products and services they offered, and the impact on the project on businesses, 27.6% of entrepreneurs.
I haven't managed to include all the numbers in the slides because the report is long, but I'd like to say that there was a big qualitative change and innovative change, because it turned out that more initiatives connected with innovations were undertaken in the context of renewable energy sources, new solutions connected with heating, so that we can give up on solid fuels and move towards liquid fuels. First of all, new companies were set up designing these solutions, then installing these solutions, and the companies which were new, and actually the entire sector has changed because new solutions needed to be implemented. The companies that offered older products or outdated products either had to disappear or they had to update their knowledge and solutions. It was a very short time frame because it was only 10 years. So the change was really impressive. Someone may ask a question whether growing interest in products and services is really there, why entrepreneurs think about that along these lines. So I'd like to say that ecological issues are very important for some groups of consumers, mostly younger consumers who look at ecological solutions with interest. So how this product is manufactured, what is the waste that is generated in the process, how this waste is managed. We are not focusing on the waste, but how the company is managed, whether it is ecological, what about its emissions to the atmosphere, whether it is emitting benzopyrene or like particulate matter 2.5 or 10. And if we have 40% almost of entrepreneurs saying that it has an impact on growing revenues, we can say that it had a positive impact on the economy. So the society, the economy have been transformed and improved. But that's not the end of the story. Growing the usage of renewable energy sources. We asked questions to eco-advisors about that, about numbers, or to what extent the interest in renewable energy sources will be translated into economic outcomes. And that's the next step. For some households, for some companies, it has already happened, but there are still challenges ahead of us in this sphere. Challenges for the region, challenges for Poland, challenges for the European Union, connected with the situation of 2022, February, so full-scale aggression against Ukraine, and all the consequences, like using gas. And our conversations with eco-advisors, like 42 eco-advisors, were about influence on modernization of heating sources, and to what extent it will have an impact on implementation of renewable energy sources. These were the questions that we asked. And 4.5 was the evaluation when we asked about raising awareness, ecological awareness among inhabitants. So as scientists, we would say it is like a very high mark, improving ecological awareness. That's very significant because without the awareness, without all these activities enumerated by the director, without all these actions, different communication channels, traditional forms like leaflets, events, meetings, consultation points, all these activities were translated into growing awareness. And then progress may take place. There are areas where awareness is growing and progress is still not there, and there is a gap. And in Poland, we talk about health services and health protection and health related issues. So the awareness is there, how necessary are certain things, but healthcare system is not catching up. Whereas in the case of our studies on air quality and ecological issues around that, I would say that awareness has been growing and actually progress was following. So there was no huge gap. There was more cohesion here. And then the impact of this situation on usage of renewable energy sources. And the scale was 1 to 5, let me remind you. So the grade here, or the evaluation here, was 3.79. So it seems that growing awareness will be then translated into usage of renewable energy sources in the future. So we may say that this task will be facilitated and huge efforts made throughout the period of 10 years will be awarded with measurable results. So a very brief summary. I know I'm running out of time and the report is very lengthy, plenty of positive information. So let me compare before and after. Beforehand, we had low ecological awareness of people, limited knowledge about consequences of air pollution on human health, on the economy. It seemed that it would be so difficult to measure, but it turned out it is measurable. Now we have much better awareness as to necessity of pro-ecological heating solutions, and we think these changes will be moving on quite fast. In the past, information campaigns were very limited. There was no cohesive system of eco-advisors. There were no applications. There was no possibility to check the facts. Basically, the public opinion and entrepreneurs were not very much interested in that. Now we have a clear decrease of solid fuel boilers into other sources of heating. So it is a huge change. So as it was mentioned at the beginning, the number of smokers was 480 up to 540. Now it is around 180,000, so a huge decrease. In the past, smog was perceived as an individual problem, not common responsibility. It was very clear, especially in rural areas, where in individual houses, different items were burned in furnaces, and people were saying, "Oh, that's my business, no harm in that. If it is harmful, it is only harmful to me." There was no idea of common responsibility or responsibility to others, and it has changed tremendously. So then, today, we also have the impact of the project on improving air quality, and here assessment between 1 and 5 was assessed at 4.21, so very high mark. And it is quite admirable, I would say. Ladies and gentlemen, evaluating projects, we come up with conclusions and recommendations. So let me sum it up. Thanks to LIFE project, Małopolska and the Małopolska region almost reached the quality of air and the standards from a CAFE directive of 2008. And in the past, it seemed unreachable, unattainable. And very often, directives are strict and ambitious enough that it seems unreachable, whereas we've been successful in that. Successful, it didn't happen overnight. It was working. It was a lot of work, a lot of efforts of many people, many institutions, many partners, municipalities, So thanks to all these efforts and hard work, it turned out successful. A few years ago, we carried out evaluation of a different topic. It was about renewable energy sources, and we had questions about the Małopolska region, and many people said, oh, it doesn't matter that an air quality has improved because there are municipalities around the city and the air quality is very poor, and it is flooding Kraków in a way. A few years ago. Today, we can see it has changed. So our recommendation is to carry out systematic activities for air quality improvement. So we should not let up. This success should mobilize us to do more things in the same direction, because the success has proven to us that we can reach very ambitious goals. We have to maintain a very high level of ecological awareness of inhabitants, so we cannot let go. The voice of inhabitants is so precious, and the approval for further changes is absolutely necessary. So intensification of our actions is also advised. And more recommendations are there. Obviously, we know that not all the boilers have been replaced, so more efforts are necessary there, and we have to focus our financial support on the poor and the elderly. We mentioned energy poverty, so economically speaking, because that's my educational background and university background, so this topic is new for researchers, but in Małopolska it's been signaled, and we can see that it is of paramount importance. So financial support for the elderly, for the poor. We have to take full advantage of the role of eco-advisors in reaching these vulnerable groups and providing them with assistance in subsidies and so on. More recommendations, so energy poverty, then development and maintaining the network of eco-advisors, because they have a full potential, huge potential. What will be their other tasks, other roles, like continuing their work is necessary, continuing informational campaign, providing advice, including SMEs to a large extent, and a bigger focus on the elderly and the poor, and bigger share of renewable energy sources in various spheres. Then we need to strengthen competences and motivation of eco-advisors. It's been touched upon by the previous speaker. We have to remember that eco-advisors are kind of salespeople. So if there are lots of rejections, challenges and difficulties, they might be perceived as difficult to them. So they need high motivation, they need improvement of their competences. We need to organize study visits, postgraduate studies, and we have to try to motivate them continuously. And another recommendation, strengthening inspections of whether anti-smog resolutions are observed. And then we need to have municipal guards, intermunicipal guards, so more inspections so that resolutions are observed, and we need to introduce sanctions if these regulations are not applied. And there is one more recommendation. We need to show that the image of Małopolska has changed. That's a very significant element, because Małopolska and Kraków has undergone a very positive change, because smog as a problem has been eradicated and the stereotype is still in place, maybe because certain things have happened very fast. We need to take care of changing the image of Małopolska and Kraków in this respect. We studied the impact of these phenomena on tourism. There has been a change there. So information campaign is absolutely necessary. Information campaign highlighting the improvement of air quality in Małopolska. We need to encourage tourists to visit the region. We need to boast of our achievements, as simple as that, because these were big achievements, noticeable not only domestically, but also abroad at the level of the European Union. The project is really impressive, and it was evaluated in a very positive way. So congratulations to all the stakeholders, a lot of hard work, a lot of effort. So congratulations, many thanks to all of you who answered our questions so that we could carry out our evaluation. All the best, congratulations. That's all from me, thank you.
The interpreter cannot hear the speaker. The mic doesn't work. Oh, right. So it's apparently impossible to offer a short view on the economy of the region. And I think it's a positive thing because that shows the impact of the change on your work. So I think that we'll have this very nice supplement to this presentation devoted to the change of concentration of air pollution over the past 10 years. Professor Kletkowski, he's also the author of a book devoted to this topic.
A nie, to przepraszam. Dobrze. Dzień dobry Państwu.
Well, good morning.
Lordowi Kevin
Well, Lord Kelvin, well, lived in the era which I think was more reason-based than what we have nowadays. Or apparently, in our times, we just follow the narration and we ignore facts. If someone is a believer of an idea, facts won't stand in the way of the person's belief. And apparently, we're at a loss. I'm saying we, speaking about those who are for facts and who promote facts. So apparently, the only way to change the approach of those who are impregnated facts, who are immune to facts, is to show them that they can benefit from that idea, from these facts that they reject. So in my presentation, I'm going to show you changes in the concentration of pollution, and I'll prove that it's worthwhile to put an effort into achieving clean air. And I have to warn you that my presentation is going to be slightly monotonous because I'll be just showing different graphs. So let us start with PM10 suspended particle matter. So you can see it on the slide. PM10 is not a significant factor of that impact of pollution on our health because PM2 is the one that prevails, but we have more sampling stations sampling PM10. And of course, they're clearly related. PM2, as you probably know, is contained in PM2, and let me demonstrate the relationship. So this is the graph. And I hope that my pointer will reach out to that slide.
Na osi pionowej mamy
So we have concentration on the vertical axis, and then we have these points which are average concentrations for the past 10 years. And then we have the sampling station in Kraków, in the center of Kraków, that samples both suspended particle matters. And there is a clear correlation between these two PMs. apparently in 2022 had a difficulty in sampling PM2, and apparently when lacking the data, we could measure that from PM 2.5. So let me go back in time. So this is the oldest sampling station or sampling site, sampling point in Poland. So we have this curve, so you can read it more clearly. So from the end of the first decade of the year 2000, we can see this downward trend, and this downward trend results from these efforts that we've been describing during this session. So I think it's worth a while to compare that to the results achieved in another sampling point in a different part of Poland. Well, it turns out that the city of Wrocław was just that city that reported one change of the sampling station. In Kraków, it didn't happen. This is the only sampling point that's been operating throughout that period. So apparently, Wrocław started off with a better quality air and also demonstrated a decrease. So that's the sampling station. But clearly, we can see that we have this impressive, much bigger drop in the air pollution. So Wrocław benefited from the clean air resolution, but it was introduced later than the one in Kraków. So let us go back to the period covered by the next slide. So that's Kraków altogether, a very similar curve, very similar process. Well, usually the results are the worst at that sampling point in Kraków. So let's compare Kraków and the results for Kraków reported for the past 10 years. So let's compare that to what we reported for the region except Kraków. And that's the curve. Well, that's the drop, but it's slight, but it's slow when compared to what was achieved by Kraków. And we know exactly why it happened. So Kraków introduced that radical anti-smog resolution, banning any solid fuels to be used for boilers. So let us now compare that against the situation across Poland, so nationwide. So basically, we could say that on average, Poland is doing better, but clearly our region has made up for the past and achieved a very similar result to the result achieved by Poland. And then here we have that WHO recommendation, which is 15 milligrams. But this recommendation is weird because it doesn't guarantee health. We have that certain standard for the PM 2.5 at 5. So for that standard to guarantee our health, that should be twice as low as it is recommended. So we have that suspended particulate matter. And then in terms of the impact on our health, that PM 2.5 has definitely the largest impact here. But then we have NO2, which is another polluting factor. So this result is much lower than PMs, but we didn't have any intervention, any legislation, any financing that would tackle NO2. And this drop that was reported just happened by itself. So we have two contradicting factors. We have this increasing consumption and a growing number of vehicles, and then increasing concentration of PMs, but then the car fleet is being replaced with more modern vehicles that, so NOx's, well, their emission is reduced. And then let us look at Kraków at average. So things look more positive, and it's clear and it's self-explanatory, because the sampling point is the one which is located directly at a very busy route. And then let's compare it to the situation in the region at large. So Kraków is definitely below the average for the region. So it is not as positive as it should be. So these three graphs, they justify the need for the clean traffic zone in Kraków. So in terms of NOx's, the air in Kraków is 3 times worse than the air in the region. And this turquoise curve demonstrates this systematic decrease, albeit slow. But then in Kraków, we can see that a sudden stop in the concentration of NOx's in the end. So we cannot allow it. We have to introduce this clean transport zone. And then we have this WHO standard, which meets with no objections here. And the third type of pollution, which is crucial for health after NO2, is ozone. And here it's a surprise to see that the concentration of ozone in the air is growing. Ozone comes from transportation emissions, from NOx's and from organic matter in the transportation, and to some extent from solvents, from application of solvents, from industry, and from sunlight. So it's growing in the region. And then let us look at the region at large. So apparently Małopolska, the region, reports a higher concentration of O3. It is a paradox that in the city with much higher concentration of traffic, with much higher emission of NO3, which is the precursor of ozone, there is an explanation. So we have these three gases which keep on continue exchange, and that NO2 disrupts ozone particles. And here we have annual results. So we have a slight decrease in ozone. So if there are any smoke denials who listen to us, I think they're amazed by the fact that things look this way, and they will say, well, of course we're saying that this clean transport zone doesn't make any sense, because if we have this growth here, we're protecting against ozone. It could be, but note that ozone in the concentrations that we report is not life and health threatening, but NO2 plus ozone is a risk factor. So if we are just guided by this factor, we won't be well off, because we would increase something which is already threatening, and the risk would be even higher. So let us look at the national level. Well, national reports are not different from reports for the region. So we can see that ozone going up, and it's hardly surprising. It's reported in all developing countries. So NO2s can be decreased but unfortunately the concentration of ozone is going up. And BAP, well, this is an amazing, absolutely amazing drop, seven-fold drop over 10 years. So it's an exciting achievement. Let us look at the region-wide situation. So a major drop reported over the past 3 years, but things were not that rosy a few years back. And across Poland, this drop is again reported, albeit slower. So let us look at what Kraków has achieved. In terms of BAP, Kraków reports and boasts better air than air reported for the rest of Poland. So no one would expect it, that our air locally would be more BAP free than the air across the country. Well, I think it's worthwhile to go back for a moment to the slide demonstrating and discussing suspended particulate matter. So let us look at the concentration in our region, in Małopolska, and the turquoise line shows that it was approaching the level for the country as large, but then the regional assembly slowed down the introduction of anti-smog resolution and inflicting harm on the residents, on the society here in the region. Well, I think that if it wasn't for that delay introducing that resolution, the turquoise line would drop significantly and fast, so they could show that this region has cleaner air than the average air in Poland, and that was beneficial in economic terms, for example, when attracting tourists. And here we have recommendations from WHO, 1 nanogram, so we're at the nanogram level, but unfortunately that doesn't mean that we're safe. Well, cancerogenic substances like BAP do not have safe levels, so 1 nanogram, that only means that it's an acceptable risk of an oncological disease occurrence, which is acceptably low. But the level of acceptable risk should be even lower, so hopefully that level will be reduced. So let us skip the next 2 slides because of our time constraint, but this is a surprise which I promised. So, the previous speaker, Madam Professor, she presented some specific medical statistics when it comes to the achievement of Kraków. But for the purpose of this conference, I prepared the following calculations. So these are estimations, these are estimates, these are not medical statistics. But I use this method, which is also used by the WHO. So I used available factors to calculate annual premature deaths. So premature death occurs before the statistical mean average life expectancy per region. It is not difficult to calculate it. We have a method from WHO, which is not complicated, and on top of that, there is an app that can calculate it for you. So I calculated that step by step to have full control over the procedure. But it is not about the method. It is about the assumptions, the presumptions that we use. So here we use that drop of PM 2.5, which is crucial for our health. So it's a line regression. That's the method that should be used. And then we had to calculate the avoided premature death against something. So it would be the easiest way to assume a certain scenario. So scenario without any intervention, without any additional projects, without life program, and also without that assistance from the city of Kraków, subsidies for boiler replacement. So we would assume that there would be no change, but that would be very unprofessional and inobjective, because we could see that in areas free of intervention, slower decrease was reported. So we may assume that some people would replace the boilers nevertheless because of convenience or because of switching to heat pumps or gas boilers. Well, of course, some estimations could be made here, but the method I used was the following. I assumed that the rate would be would correspond to the natural rate of decrease in NO2s. So without any intervention in heating and boilers, so that decrease result would be caused by climate change over the past 10 years. In Kraków, the temperature went down by nearly 1% over the 10 years. So it's an incredible income of the warming. So this is why I assumed that the yellow line rate of drop in the concentration, and I added that temperature factor, and then I calculated the number of deaths for the yellow line. So this is a hypothetical line which shows this natural process without our interventions, and here I deducted from it the number of deaths for the concentration that we have, and that's the end result. So that's the total number of avoided premature deaths attributed to PM 2.5 in Kraków. So is it a lot, ladies and gentlemen? Throughout the pandemic, including deaths caused by associated diseases, 1,500 died. So we saved 2,086 people as a result of our efforts. So more than all total deaths reported during the pandemic period. So it's worthwhile to put the effort into improving the quality of the air. Thank you.
Profesorze, jak się okazuje,
Thank you, Professor. As it turns out, the discussion about diagnosis and perspectives is so fascinating that we are almost reaching the point of a coffee break, but we still need some time for the next presentation. So the last presentation of this session is Single Family Housing 2025, Heating Sources, Investment Plans. Anna Dworakowska, Polish Smog Alert.
Proszę Państwa, moja prelekcja stoi między...
My presentation is the last item between you and your coffee break, so I will try to be very brief. I'd like to discuss the most important results of the report from quantitative studies of single-family housing, together with the Institute of the Environmental Economics, carry out such a study every 3-4 years. It is the 4th edition, so we have some data for comparison about heating sources, attitudes towards thermal modernization, change. It is the study for the entire territory of Poland. Many of you are from Małopolska, but there are also people from other parts of Poland. The sample was 1,000 of single-family houses, and there was either telephone interview or internet interview. It was the method, so it was a typical sample for statistical study, which guarantees quite a low error level. The most important thing, what do we use for heating? Okay, it was carried out in April 2025. That's also important. I have my laser pointer here, I can use it, so I think that what matters greatly for us is this number. It is quite close to what is given by the central register, so how many boilers have been left for timber and coal below the 5th grade. More than 30% of single-family housing have sources like that. It is below the 3rd grade, so it is illegal, or they will be illegal soon. So this group of boilers, which is more than 2.2 million, we are going to refer to it in our study as the sources for replacement. Unfortunately, that's the largest group. Actually, it is almost 35%, or slightly above. And then gas boiler, the next group, and yet the next is coal or timber, but of 5th grade, that's the 3rd group, pellet 8%, and heat pump 7% of household. How it has been changing on the timeline, I think we should be pleased, actually, because 5 years ago, in 2020, the number of boilers and coal-fired furnaces was much, much higher. So like 20% difference in 5 years, that's a lot. In gas boilers, there was an increase from 13% in 2014 to 30% or slightly above now. A large increase for heat pumps, from almost non-existent, negligible share in the market 10 years ago to 7% now. If we look in total at coal-fired furnaces, boilers, still there is decrease. So we can see that the change that we are discussing here can be presented on the graph thanks to the data we have here as well, thanks to the fact that these studies started in 2014. And that's good news, because the change is taking place, but obviously there are still challenges. Unfortunately, quite a large portion of households has some problems in the context of thermal modernization. Almost 2 million houses have at least one wall which is not insulated, no thermal modernization, 34% of ceilings which are not insulated, humidity or leaking roof, carpentry which is not airtight, quite a lot of percent, like 24%. So many challenges here for Poland. 10% of inhabitants of single-family housing have a problem of the lack of heating comfort. And for the houses with sources to be replaced, it is as many as 18%, so almost 1/5. As for insufficient heating, it is a problem for 27% of single-family housing. And if they have the sources for replacement, this number is 36%. So it is a very significant challenge. If you have a house with a smoker, so investment plans for April 2025. We asked a question whether inhabitants of these houses are planning the replacement of the current heating source. And in a nutshell, perhaps we should have a look at this slide. 44% of the houses with a smoker or a boiler below the 5th grade are planning to replace the heating source. Is it a lot? Is it too little? It depends whether we are optimistic or pessimistic, because if we think that in the 14 regions we have anti-pollution resolutions and these sources will be illegal, this percentage should be higher. On the other hand, 10 years ago, it would amount to 34%. So we have noted an increase, so we can be slightly optimistic about that. Then, replacement for what? For what source? What are the plans? And let us have a look. What are the plans of inhabitants that we've asked this question? The most popular answer, 43%, was pellet boiler. As for heat pumps, it is only 12%, gas-fired boiler, 14%, timber boiler, 13%, biomass, 56%. So we can see, statistically speaking, in Clean Air program that it is mostly subsidizing biomass installations. And we can say that, or we can observe actually how the situation has been changing for the last 2 years. It's not a long period. We can notice that 2 years ago, heat pumps was the answer. I'm not talking about smoker owners, all the houses, but all the houses in which there will be replacement of the heating source, not only if you have a smoker. 32% was thinking about a heat pump. It dropped to 19% in total, and it was reversed for pellet boilers, 13% 2 years ago. Now it is 30%. So we can see that biomass sources have become more popular in the last 2 years. As for our priorities, there was a list of typical investment activities for the house, for its vicinity, because we were wondering where replacement of heating sources is on this list of priorities. It is number 4, unfortunately. It is work around the house, like driving ramp or renovation of the bathroom, renovation of the kitchen, and number 4, it's replacement of the heating boiler. But for those who have the smoker, it is number 1 on the list of priorities among the houses with not insulated walls. The investment in insulation of walls is the priority number 1. As for the list of tasks and investments in the house and its vicinity. So it's good news, actually, and we can build on it and add certain information activities around it to speed up these decisions. You can go to the website on the Institute of Environmental Economics, and there is more detailed information about the report. What is concerning is lower interest in thermal modernization. A few years ago, you were during the energy crisis. All the prices of all energy carriers were fluctuating. The full-scale war started in Ukraine, so the prices went up. They started soaring, actually. There was the same question 2 years ago. And now, if there is no insulation of the walls, let me remind you, it is as many as 29%. So the number is similar for 2023 and 2025. It was slightly higher 2 years ago, actually, but around 30% in non-insulated walls. And we asked the question about the plans to insulate the walls. Only 40% of them said, yes, we have plans like that in the coming months, in the next year or the next 2 years. 2 years ago and 5 years ago, this answer was the same for 60% of respondents. So something happened. The question is, what happened? Maybe you have some answers because you are closer to applicants than we are. What is our focus of attention if we are thinking about our target heating source, especially heating prices and heating costs? That's the most important thing for the biggest number of respondents, the biggest group of respondents. 2 years ago, for 54%, now it is slightly lower. I guess we got used to high prices of heating, and now convenience is 24% of answers of our respondents. 2 years ago, it was only 17% of respondents. And there was another question. Well, because you can heat the building in many ways. Which heating source would be the best choice for your house? Let me say something else here. We need to have a look at this graph because you can see the level of satisfaction with what we already have. So, heat pump users, 85% of them say that the heat pump would be the best solution, which means they are pleased with the solution that they have, which goes against the information we have in the mass media, which is then translated into perception of technology of heat pumps by those who do not have them yet, that it is very expensive and no, not true. Our study and other studies of satisfaction of possession of heat pumps show that people are satisfied with that solution, 85% of satisfaction, that's a lot. And another group, 70% of satisfaction, are users of pellet boilers. For gas boilers, it is 61%, and for mantelpieces, fireplaces, it is lower, 39%, boilers 5th grade, 35%, and below the 5th grade, 31%, so the lowest coefficient of people saying, yes, I think it is a good source of heating. So I would say this data is quite interesting, and somehow it goes against the narrative heated up by the mass media. And the last slide, and we are about to begin the coffee break, so we asked other questions about clean air program. People know that program, 91% say, yes, I have heard about the program called Clean Air, but readiness to take advantage of that has dropped. We asked the question, do you intend to use the Clean Air program? Only 21% of people who want to replace the source said yes. 2 years ago, the interest was much higher. When people have non-insulated walls, 2 years ago, 36% of respondents wanted to use it. Now, this degree is lower. Conviction that it is an attractive program dropped. 45% now, in the past it was more than 50. What are complaints of people who believe it is not attractive? The subsidy is too low. I think the matter is that people do not have the knowledge about that because you can't find it out before the audit. The procedure is complicated. I don't have savings for my own contribution. The rules are difficult. Waiting time too long for the payment. I cannot take a loan for our own contribution. I'm sure if you come in touch on everyday basis with residents, you hear that a lot. And our recommendations. We need to speed up the process of replacement of smokers. We know that. We need to facilitate the clean air program. We need to strengthen inspection procedures for anti-pollution resolutions. And we need to carry out information campaigns about the necessity to replace smokers. And we need to think about thermal modernization. But if we think about popularity of biomass installations, we need to check the market, inspect it, so that 5th grade installation have the emission grade of the 5th grade. It is about fireplaces, boilers, and regulations for biomass fuels. It is happening at the Ministry of Climate and the Environment, and I am so glad to see that it is happening. We need the campaign for non-emission sources so that people have more knowledge about them, and the campaign showing the benefits of thermal modernization. That's all from me. Thank you very much indeed.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy.
Anna Dworakowska, Polish Smog Alert, information about heating sources, investment plans. Ladies and gentlemen, as for the first session, no shame. We've been almost on time, only slightly delayed, but our coffee break will be a bit shorter. So my request to you, it will be coffee break, but please, please, please be back in this room at 12 o'clock. The break is shorter, so 10 up to 15 minutes. Let's try to begin at 12 o'clock.
activities. So our experts will juxtapose the experience of different Polish regions from their shared battle for clean air. So we'll try to put together local practices, and we'll hear about successes of our eco-advisors. We translated into hundreds of consultations with local communities, thousands of boiler replacements. We'll talk about financial support from the wealthier to the poorer, and we'll talk about the future of anti-smoke activities, about sharing good practices and integrating anti-smoke policies with climate concepts. So we'll have a debate. We'll look into the future, and we'll try to answer questions about the future of air protection. So without further ado, let us move on to the first presentation after the break. Kraków, summary of anti-smoke activities. Paweł Ścigalski, who is the representative of the mayor of Kraków for the air quality. Sir, the floor is yours. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I'm not too boring. I believe that for many years, you've been hearing news from Kraków. Indeed, it wasn't easy. We had periods of very, very bad air, well, disastrous air quality. It was heavily criticized. So, Polish Smog Alert also was born in Kraków, and many activities and campaigns were our joint campaigns with the Kraków Smog Alert. So let us start with describing the air quality management system. So we have a number of stakeholders. So the Marshal, and then the General Inspectorate for Environmental Protection. Then we have the Mayor, and then we have supervision and long and short term monitoring supervision. We not only consult but also deliver. So nowadays, air protection programs, well, that may take a while. We'll see the new project. We'll need to see about the new ideas. I hope that the programs will be more ambitious and will affect the improvement in the air quality. 2013, that was the time when we started discussing potential options in legal terms. So that was this anti-smoke resolution that was appealed against, and air protection program, and stock taking of boilers in Kraków. And then second anti-smoke resolution, a ban on combustion of solid fuels, effectively introduced in 2019. In my opinion, the success comes from strict enforcement of these regulations. And then 2025, as you know, we moved away from subsidizing individual boilers for operating on fossil fuels. 2040, no fossil fuel powered boilers will be supported. Life project, I think it was discussed yesterday. Perhaps Tomasz Pietruszak, the director, discussed it. So the program coordinated by the Małopolska region. So first, huge support from eco-advisors. The municipalities that engage, that could secure funds and full-time jobs for that purpose benefited from it. We had 3 advisory and consulting desks, and with 22 people, now we have this energy consulting desk, and we offer very broad scope of consulting and project focused activities in collaboration with the national and regional environmental protection fund. And then Eco Team project coordinated by Metropolia Krakowska, Kraków Metropolis Association. So again, funds that will power our eco-advisory capacities and huge added value again. And here again, an update on our Kraków Energy Consulting Center. We offer advice and consulting to those who need it, to those with limited or no funds for thermal modernization and well change. We also offer services such as analysis with thermal visual cameras. We also have our consulting team visits, also in conjunction with the Kraków Welfare Center. When the anti-smog resolution was introduced in Kraków, we offered parallel support activities from the welfare side of things. There is a definitely group of our clients who were unable to handle the application submission processes, etc. So here again, activities related to presentations in schools, and some promotion and participation in conferences. As early in 1995, we initiated the program of limiting air pollution and reducing air pollution. Over that period, between 1995 and 2023, we reduced the number of boilers, bad boilers, smokers by 45,000 items. The air was very bad in terms of quality in Kraków, where 45,000 furnaces and boilers were replaced with 16% of own contributions, 35% from external sources, and the rest came from the city. These amounts are quite substantial, is several hundred million zloty. When the ban on consumption of solid fuels in Kraków was introduced, we introduced a control system engaging many different institutions, the Regional Inspectorate for Environmental Protection, Welfare Center, the Regional Police Headquarters. So we have our organizational structure for responsibilities when controlling and inspecting, and an option to take any administrative measures. And here you also have your equipment, you invest into that equipment from your funds or from external funds. So that shows that in Kraków, we went beyond supporting our units like the municipal militia, but the police was also supporting us in this collaboration, like the exhaust fume monitoring and examination. We also introduced drone-based control and inspections. These days we have state-of-the-art equipment, so the municipal militia has now a drone which can hover at a certain height and without the need to fly or hover over a building, and can measure the temperature of a chimney to detect potential combustion, potential incineration of waste or coal. But that is potentially done at a very small scale. So on this slide, you can see the number of inspections, the number of controls, whether the ban is followed, in particular in connection with this specific project. And these were thousands of control and inspection activities, nearly 18,000 after 2019, then more than 33,000 controls and inspections related to the financing, and they continue. I covered it yesterday during the debate. In Kraków, we launched this local shielding program, shielding against the cost of the change. That program is dedicated to specific social groups. So starting 2014, we were allocating funds and spending funds on the assistance with that allocation, and reached its peak in 2019. So then after replacement of the heating source, their costs of heating would go down, but some had to be supported after the replacement of their heating source. So the program worked, and it was a major source of support for the local community. And via the Regional Fund for Environmental Protection, we deliver a program which is called Warm Flat, or Warm Residential Quarters. We raised funding. Then we have the program for thermal modernization of single-family houses. Then we have our own program, so that is the range of allocations to these programs, more than 13 million over that period. And then renewable energy sources development program in Kraków municipality since 2020 until now, with some substantial number of these microsystems. So here we want to support the residents in these actions. So we believe that this program is quite popular. Any additional funds that we can scrap up can be and are allocated to this program, and are highly appreciated by the local community. And here we have more than 12,000 of PV microvoltaic stations installed in 2024. Clean air, here we are an operator. Unfortunately, the graph shows that the prospects are not very optimistic, because the number of applications in 2024 and in this year dropped dramatically. In September, we only received 68 applications, and more than 50% is from operators, but this is in our energy consulting desk, so it's about 30% of all the applications filed in Kraków. You can clearly see that the number is going down, but it's also as a result of the changes introduced in the Clean Air Program. Stop Smog Program. Unfortunately, big cities like Kraków did not report a success in this program. Similarly, Warsaw was not impressed by the results of the program. It was quite difficult to implement. But the criteria were quite strict. We understand that the pilot worked in Skawina, in the town of Skawina, and Skawina promoted it. But it is my opinion that there was very little interest in this program across Poland. The program was not entirely successful. I must say that the rules were the strict rules didn't work in particular when it comes to the income ranges or brackets imposed in the program. Here is the heating structure of buildings in Kraków. So gas heating prevails. Then we have our heating network, heat distribution network, and what we can clearly see the replacement of boilers, our electrical energy rose some concerns about the cost, so people would opt for the city heating grid or for gas if they had a choice. And then we have slides showing the average annual concentration of PM10 and PM2.5 in the period 2006-2026. So at all sampling points, the readings are below the annual average. So we achieved that with huge support from all the institutions that helped us, and then no station that measures BAP reported an exceeded level of the annual average. We were wondering whether we could go below that WHO standard, and we did it. We are quite happy about the effects and the outcomes of our efforts. Well, I think that last year there was some locations that reported 5 or 6 nanograms, and things do not change that quickly in these locations. So it's not that rosy. Right. I have this slide so you can see names of towns. So these are annual average concentrations of BAP in Kraków against the region. So there is an improvement. I admit it, but it's not overly optimistic. And these are sampling sites and sampling points in Kraków. Well, we have exceeded levels at the main junction, but then other stations show a fairly flat, similar level with reduced concentrations, and then good practices, cooperation, collaboration, exchange of opinions and comments, including critical feedback at each stage, working with stakeholders, and the new CAFE directive. I think you heard that the standards will be reduced by half by 2030, and it's only 5 years from now. So we don't have much time to adjust, and it's not going to be easy, in particular when it comes to NO2s. Thank you. Thank you. Paweł Ścigalski, representative of the Mayor of Kraków responsible for air quality. So you have this one-of-the-kind opportunity to hear and read about good practices which may inspire you, that may inspire in your actions, and we're inspired to listen to the next presentation about Silesia. Helena Jadwiszok-Molenska, who is the head of the unit at the Regional Eco-Information Center from the Marshal's office in Silesia. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your invitation. I would like to share some inspirations for Silesia. Maybe some of you will be inspired again. I will mention some risks and challenges, what we have problems with. It might be a word of warning to some of you. On purpose, I haven't discussed the project that has been thoroughly discussed today, so I don't have it in my slides. And we have a project Let's go back to the blue. It is the essence of our project in Silesia. We are the leader of Silesian project. Let's go back to the blue, but we are leaders of other projects. We are thinking ahead. We are thinking about the future because our current project is about to be concluded. And I will tell you more about that in a moment. So we are a partner in Life IP Eco Małopolska. We carry out climate and energy-related research. We organize educational activities and social awareness-raising campaigns, as well as regional cooperation. You can see there are more partners in this project, 18 entities of the Małopolska region and Nowy Śląsk. We support them, but we have also our own activities in Silesia. What has actually happened? There were research analysis, but we are about to create our GIS map. It will be available on our website. There are some activities in the open. If you visited Silesia, you could see such places which are connected with our project. Social campaign on the internet. Life IP Koala is the project which gave us an idea for our own adaptation plan in our region, adaptation plan to the climate changes. We were the first voivodeship, the first region in Poland that has introduced that, and there are some activities around this regional plan. So I hope it will be also an element of our future life. What has been concluded? Social public opinion surveys, but also 2 climate convents, Climate Con 2023 and the next one in 2025. So if you are interested in activities connected with the air, regeneration, pro-environmental activities, workshops, please join us for Climate Con 2025. So these are the dates. The 25th, the 26th of November, Climate.com in the Silesian Stadium, beautiful venue and a beautiful park around it, which is bigger than the Central Park, let me add. And our project, let's go back to the blue, we are the coordinating beneficiary in this project, and I guess we have the biggest number of tasks out of all these projects. We have 74 municipalities, we have research institutes, plenty of tasks, and I will not have enough time to discuss all of them, but they are supposed to be inspirations for you and not a full exhaustive list. As for the system of eco-advisors, we are very proud of them because they are so committed in their work, and here you can see coefficients that we are supposed to reach after 6 years of the project, like educational activities, around 4,000. We've reached these levels and exceeded them after 3.5 years. Inspections of furnaces, we wanted to reach 4,300, now it is 4,800. Replacement of boilers is also going as planned or even better, so our eco-advisors are very successful, and we are doing fine there. As for co-financing and the sums of money, there was like preparation of 10,000 applications to financing institution for the total amount of money of 137 million Polish zloty. We also have complementary costs. Obviously, we analyze them in the context of our reporting, and you may have a look that these numbers are really impressive. We have a center of competence. We, as the project team, carry out training sessions. We involve other institutions as well in our region and research institutes that organize lectures for eco-advisors. We had postgraduate studies. Nice average, you can see the average for all the grades, and the final result of postgraduate studies very close to 5, so impressive. And many of us graduated from these postgraduate studies, so we have competences of eco-advisors, many people in our team. And there are various activities carried out by the Institute of Fuels and Energy, sampling using drones, and through networking, exchanging experiences with other regions, like in Slovakia. Slovakia was inspired by our actions. They visited us. They want to introduce similar solutions like the ones organized by the Institute of Fuels and Energy. They participated in measurements like that, and they are going to copy that solution in Slovakia. 29 training sessions and training campaigns, 110 people trained from municipalities, and these are the municipalities with the biggest problems with hotspots and air pollution. And my activity now, so I do apologize in advance, so it is about coming out with models of decreasing environmental impact in public utility buildings, so sustainable construction in a nutshell in public utility buildings. It was the action which was unique. It was monitoring of 27 buildings at the same time. All the data was shown on the website, which was designed to show that. And in real time, you could monitor what was happening in these buildings. There is an anecdote, because we monitored kindergarten, crashes, schools, so parents could observe what was happening there in real time, whether a teacher is opening the window and so on and so forth. What was shocking, where CO2 was exceeded 10 times or even 100 times. It meant there was a problem with ventilation, certain situations were quite alarming, and the goals of monitoring, we wanted to identify and evaluate energy efficiency of buildings. We collected data, and the data was analyzed. We promoted the issue of sustainable construction, and then measurements and sampling. You can see some sampling devices and sensors. So things were happening outdoors, but also indoors. It was more than 500 sensors, if I remember correctly the specific number. Obviously, there was also a report prepared by the Technical University of Silesia, and the report was used to select the buildings to implement sustainable construction models. Some of the measurement data. Here, all municipalities where the data was collected, ranking lists, and experts' workshops. Together with the Technical University of Silesia, we organized the workshops with representatives of different scientific fields like architecture, environment, and under these workshops, 9 models of sustainable construction were worked out. They were selected for these individual buildings where we measured all these coefficients. So there were 9 models which were assumed at the beginning, but we are very ambitious. And now these models for sustainable construction were transformed into like a comprehensive manual about these models, sustainable construction recommendations. This manual may be downloaded from our website. Together with these models, with the workshops, with the data from monitoring, can be used to create a list to implement these sustainable models. We selected 5 buildings. In September, we adopted the resolution on that. You can see these buildings. They are not renovated yet at all, so it is like a virgin condition, so to say. And a fun fact, in this building there was a situation where there was like actually ventilation malfunction, and there was no heating or increasing the temperature in the room indoors. Actually, it was the roof which was heated up. So there was a failure at the beginning of the installation. No one has noticed that. And there is no technical data for the building because it was erected by volunteers many decades ago. So keep your fingers crossed. Here, sewage purification system in this building. So we want to combine different functions, so heating installation and using the waste which is being purified and treated, and then the building of school in Krzepice, hybrid solution will be applied. Another building, quite interesting, I would say. No one knows when it was renovated, how and why, and special needs children's school, very close to my heart in Skoczów. I hope this investment will be successful because these children need proper conditions for work, education, and we want to cooperate with our Silesian Botanical Garden. So there will be community garden that will be created there, but at the back, because it is on the register of historical monuments, we need to observe certain guidelines. And now the concept of increasing green areas. We always take another step. So we created a map, you may have a look. And risks and threats I wanted to mention. There was the resolution in Silesia in January 2024 about these areas, and we selected 4 areas like that. You can see them in the photos. And then there was a change because one of municipalities wanted to change this location. So more efforts, another resolution was drawn up, selection of other areas. So Bielsko-Biała changed their opinion, so a heat island was selected, perhaps it's good, and we were hopeful because things were going in the right direction. Wodzisław Śląski, another municipality, decided to withdraw after the entire process of preparation of documentation for them. So now we have Żory and individual streets and locations in these places. And workshops, we organized many of them. We worked out different concepts together with Botanical Garden, with inhabitants, municipalities, communes. We came up with interesting solutions which will be implemented there. Here you have specific information about individual locations. If you are interested in that, you may read it about specifics, because Silesia is a highly diverse region. There are different sub-regions, so our tasks here will be different. So I do encourage you to observe what is going to happen there. Bielsko-Biała, so the heat island, the urban layout on the register of historic locations and buildings. We don't know what will happen here because it is post-industrial area. Zinc was excavated here. At the beginning, we were thinking that the layer of the soil will be 50 centimeters. It turns out it is only 10 centimeters, so we'll see what will happen at other stages of our work. And now concepts workshops, Wodzisław Śląski, which was supposed to have a WUNERV, and it is the municipality that has withdrawn from the project, and another location, Krzepice. So it is near forest, so we are slightly afraid of our wildlife, of animals eating up our plants that we are going to plant there. Żory, another location where we are going to introduce some limitations for transportation, and we cooperate with the academia. We had 17 webinars with Technical University of Silesia, with many stakeholders, which allowed us to increase our competences in the field of transportation. C6, so our actions for inhabitants, we are creating animated films, we are developing the website, we are publishing brochures and leaflets on the basis of surveys that we send to municipalities. So we have like comparative information that in this municipality there is this investment, and in that there is another investment, and municipalities get jealous of each other and they ask for something similar like in the adjacent municipality. And more activities that we do, educational activities, our plans and the number of hits and number of viewings of our videos, educational materials, animated videos, videocasts, influence marketing, educational manuals for teachers. You can download all these materials from our website, very comprehensive materials, educational brochures, good practices for your household, carriers and banners which were installed, trams, educational game, educational campaign on the radio, special events, eco picnics, outdoors, attracted many people, and something unique, non-standard places for organizing conferences like Palm House. And we are sitting under palm trees, we are listening to lectures, presentations, there was a concert there as well. We planted 1,000 trees. It was the event attracting lots of inhabitants. We were the leader of the Green Week of the European Union. 84% of events in Poland in that week were our events. So photos from the Green Week, Silesian Center of the Climate, another investment that we carry out as the leader in the Silesian Voivodeship. So these are the things happening this year. Horizon, well, we started to cooperate with the academia representatives. It is happening now. What will happen in the future, we'll see about that. We have some ideas for our new project Life. We can only hope it will come true, because all these components I've discussed will be combined with our ideas, our concepts, and there will be a very cool project. That's all from me, and see you next time.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy. To była Państwo iście ekspresowa.
Thank you. It was an express ride across Silesia, and that train was driven by our presenter. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have a discussion panel about the future. And the question we'll be discussing is the future of air protection. So we'll have in our panel Andrzej Guła from Polish Smog Alert, Tomasz Pietrusiak, who is the Deputy Director of the Environmental Department in the Marshal's Office in the region, Janusz Zyśk, PhD at the University of Mining and Metallurgy in Kraków, and Tomasz Frączkowski from the National Reference Lab that is responsible for atmospheric air. Right. Gentlemen, looking into the future and thinking about the air protection and potential actions accelerating anti-smog activities, is that about mentality? Is that about money, or perhaps it's lack of awareness? We've been talking a lot about that since yesterday. We're discussing inspirations, but it could be as well that those at power have that power and that driving force to introduce changes. I think that we're heading for a very interesting, lively debate. I'm very convinced that this is going to be the most interesting panel during this day 2 of the conference. Gentlemen, so let's discuss smog. Do you think that smog is identical? Well, yesterday we were trying to identify approaches and attitudes of those at power. So perhaps do you think that educational activities taken so far led us to this situation that we have here right now? The topic of smoke is very well analyzed, and education is just a formality.
No na pewno temat smogu.
Andrzej Guła, what do you think? Well, the topic of smog as poor quality of air and the impact of poor air quality on human health is the climate that, owing to your activity as eco-advisors, had a huge reach-out capacity. And I think that people in this region are definitely more aware of this issue than people in other regions. Well, the Silesian region is similar when it comes to understanding of the risks that come with the smoke. So over the last few years, the overall awareness of smog and its risks and threats has increased, but it varies among locations. We admire the energy of these eco-advisors who do the reach out, who encourage the community to have their boilers replaced, but we need leaders among the local authorities. We heard yesterday from the mayor of Rybnik one important thing. We need determination in heads of local administration. And only then all the actions or the steps are taken much faster. So there are some mayors, presidents, heads of villages who can do that, and I think their number is growing. We need their determination, because otherwise we are unable to do our job as eco-advisors. Tomasz, looking from the perspective of the authorities in this region, what is the perception of smog by the municipality, by the local population? Does it interfere with your daily work? Well, I think that people are aware of what is happening. We understand the reason. We are now about to implement the new standards according to the directive. So we've trained the municipal police and people from the town hall, and many from the municipalities have heard about it. I mean, the personnel. So we need to work at the grassroots. So let me put it bluntly. We no longer have clients who were eager to change. Now, the only clients who are left are either clients with insufficient funds to have introduce all these replacements, or clients who oppose to these concepts. So we have support from municipalities. We had discussions with the municipal police and municipalities. We hear that sharing good practices is going to be the key. We need to invite persons who are at power in local governments. So we need to convince them that our activities would release funds, would add funds that could be used for better wastewater management, or better waste management. Before we move on to the legislation, and before we discuss how complicated and incomprehensible legislation can be, I have a question about the economic growth. My question goes to Janusz Zysk. Do you think that environmental protection may be still sacrificed at the altar of economic growth? Is it perceived as a threat to the well-being and prosperity of local governments? Or perhaps there is this longing not to disclose such issues to the public. So how thin the border between the economic growth and environmental protection is? Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I were to discuss Poland and the EU in general, we can clearly see that the environmental activities, well, measures are taken so often that they block the economic growth. That is what they say. But I disagree. We must have certain energy independence, material independence, independence in terms of resources. And of course, there are very many debates when some claim that we are growing dependent on China or other superpowers, but these days we locally perceive the air quality and environmental protection as the growth factor and success factors of a municipality. If a municipality is heavily polluted, it will not experience any growth of population or growth of economy. People will be happy to stay and reside in clean municipalities. The economy will be deteriorating with the number of inhabitants. So we have this natural environment, then we have the energy poverty. So we're trying to solve that. On the one hand, it's about changing the mode of heating. On the other hand, it's about cost and investment. So you need to approach things with respect to avoid too rapid actions. Andre, the floor is yours. It was a very pointed question whether environmental and air protection and energy transition is sacrificed at the altar of the economic success. We can see that and hear that in a political success. So actually it fell victim to short-sighted politicians. Some politicians do not recognize that clean air program is a strategic investment into life and health of Poles, but it's also a contributor to reducing household payments for the utilities. There are some who do not appreciate that programs like clean air are in our interest as Poland as a part of building our energy security. With thermo-modernized buildings, with low energy consuming building, we have more efficiencies, cost efficiencies, and burn less fossil fuels. So coal and natural gas, they are highly imported, and I must say that I'm terrified when I look at things and developments at the national level. Politicians do not see it. And politicians discuss postponing ETS 1 or 2 by year or two. As the Polish smoke alarm has it very clear. Pushing the ETS 1 or 2 by year or two is not going to change anything as long as we do not have efficiently operating programs like clean air. They should operate as a well-cleaned, well-oiled machinery, but they do not. We could hear it from you yesterday, and that must change.
As for educational issues or educating politicians so that we can convince them that it is the change for the better, we will go back to that. But some technological innovations need to be mentioned because we are looking ahead. Tomasz Frączkowski, drones, other new technologies help to combat smog and air pollution. Is it a widespread solution? And what is their future? Maybe it is like a transitional period. What's your opinion? Generally speaking, I would divide sampling methodologies into 3 groups. Drones, which can be used ad hoc. There are some grounds to carry out the inspection. We can enter the place and check the quality of burnt materials. That's one thing. Then sensors, passive methods, which are used to receive current information at a given moment. And there are methods which are the most perfect measurement methods, which are referential methods, on the basis of which we can come up with evaluation, assessment of air quality. It is the foundation for spending public money. So from the perspective of management of the state, that's the most important group of measurements. But I have to say that I've been observing these methods for years, and all of them overlap. So these methods are very modern and new tools are added. Some methods are well tested. There are some innovations because there is like a technological progress in any group of measurements and sampling. We are going to talk about the new directive, which is posing new challenges for us. We are going to launch new measurements that we haven't done so far at all. Under the state monitoring of the environment, it will be more scientific, focused more on climate change, not only air, but climate in general. So that's a very broad topic which has been evolving. It is doing that all the time. And what is decisive is an economic aspect. Because it is always cheaper methods that will win. They will give us more knowledge of the situation and will allow us to receive information closer to us and more relevant to us. Let us go back to regulations and the law. Tomek, Andrzej, your perspectives as for legal tools which local governments have in combating air pollution. So I'm thinking about the national level and the local, regional level, so quite a broad perspective is of interest to me. Your observations, your remarks, should we change anything? Should we be more specific? Or are we going in the right direction? Educating politicians, that's one thing. It doesn't really depend on eco-advisors or local associations or NGOs. We can put some pressure on politicians locally, nationally. Are we going in the right direction? Do you think the scope of legal regulation should be more specific or developed further? Tomasz. One general principle is as follows. The faster we develop, the more affluent we are, the more regulations we have in different areas, and they make our lives more complicated. The same goes for air quality. At the beginning, our toolbox was the directive, environmental protection law, but when we add to these areas, like quality standards for boilers, quality standards for fuels, it requires covering new areas of economy, and we are interested from the local government level the most in simple regulations, measurable things, enforceable things, so that legal regulations can be applied. Otherwise, well, they are simply not applied, so the law is not observed, so it is inefficient. Or we have a situation that there are plenty of institutions involved in a given topic, and there is problem with division of competences or overlap of competences, and it is difficult to enforce the regulations. So we would like to see them simple, so that local governments know very clearly who does what, who is responsible for what, accountability for what, so that at the end of the day, well, we should know who should be taken to court, because organizations, inhabitants will take matter to court to execute their right to clean air. If they prove it to us that their health deteriorated, and it is proved by tests, medical tests, they will not think, oh, is it up to the marshal, minister? They will take the matter to court. And when there will be fines going into millions of Polish zlotys, it will be too late to look for solutions. But it is our future, so we need simple regulations, enforceable regulations. I know that's not easy, because I remember Article 96, and for the first time we applied the ban on solid fuels. It failed in court, and the court said the regulation at the level of the national law is so general, it is very difficult to enforce it in practice. But we came to certain conclusions, we amended it, there was a new version, we looked for politicians to support that idea, there was a broad group of supporters, and now when you could see the presentations, we've been very successful in Kraków because we have very simple regulations. No smoke from the chimney, because if you see that, you go for inspection. We want simple regulations like that. Andrzej. Anti-pollution law in the last decade in Poland moved ahead very strongly. You have to remember our starting point. 10 years ago, we started at the situation that so very weird post-coal waste was sold to households and it was burned. And in trade, there were so many smokers. 200,000 smokers were bought every year, like new ones, for Polish households. If you install them once, they are used for 15, 20 years. Now it has been regulated. The law is always changing. It's being amended at a national level, EU level, because we want to be more precise in regulations for heating devices, like boilers for solid fuels. And I know that. But what I wanted to say is that there is no efficient anti-air pollution policy without regulations. Secondly, support programs like Clean Air Program. Thirdly, information plus education. What is our current situation? The law has given us quite a large toolbox to be efficient. So there was a huge progress here. In financial programs, it is a disaster. The disaster, yes, that's true. Clean Air Program, lying down, hardly breathing. Thermal Modernization Fund has been for decades in Poland. It has been suspended. It was supposed to do thermal modernization for multi-family housing. If this pillar is not operational, even the best legal framework is not enough. And finally, many people talked about that, namely education. I think eco-advisors in Małopolska and other regions have done a marvelous job. We should be grateful to them because they raised awareness of people. They showed to people it makes sense to replace old furnaces. But someone in the room said it yesterday, and I heard it. But in order to convince people efficiently, we need to have something to offer to them. And now eco-advisors say it is so difficult to offer something to people because there is a crisis of the programs. So it is a very difficult situation. In Małopolska, if we talk about eco-revolution is already happening, that's true. We have this eco-revolution happening here. We can share our conclusions, our remarks, and we have every right to boast about our achievements in this region because we've done so many things jointly. We've been developing the network of thermal solutions, support for the poorest, different solutions, different ideas, different concepts, replacement of non-efficient heating sources. These are the main elements of our eco-revolution. Janusz, what is your perspective? How big is this change? Is it the change that we can call that's the right direction, that's our future, that's one of the pillars that Andrzej has referred to. So obviously there is education, we know that. We've been talking about that since yesterday. What is your opinion on that?
Znaczy w Małopolsce bardzo.
So actually a lot has changed in this region. This region is the leader in these changes. So in 2016, we had the first round of eco-advisors, but the last round demonstrated that these eco-advisors are the driving force, that they do a lot, and that all these measures about the air quality, about the energy transition, well, they are powered by the advisors, but we have a lot of work. Nationwide, where everyone wants to say something about that natural environment, people condemn ETS too. So I think it's in fashion to undermine and challenge pro-environmental projects and efforts. We all could see the reduction in CO2, in the reduction in greenhouse gases, and now we want to show that the environmental protection will make us independent. Environmental protection is shaping our future. It may be difficult at times. It may require some sacrifices, but it's important to have this great environment, which is great for living. I think that this region is doing very well. I think we need to say thank you, everyone. In Małopolska, we have so many people interested in things like that. So apparently, people in Małopolska, they do care about air quality. We had a similar conference in a different region in Poznań, and we hardly gathered 100 people together. So I'm asking Tomasz Frączkowski, that you said a lot about a variety of control measures, but my question is about educational activities, LED screens and hotlines informing about this hazard of when staying in a public space, about exceeded levels of substances. Yesterday, we discussed a ban on organizing lessons and activities for children in the open air when the air pollution is heavy. So there are some people still, I believe, who are not convinced about the seriousness of that problem. Am I right? Well, in 2005, we organized a great campaign. It was organized jointly by the Research Center of the European Commission to analyze the quality of air in Kraków and in the city of Zakopane. It was about defining the quality of air in Kraków. So, I would say that actually the winter time was perfect for the occasion, with lots and lots of the suspended particulate matter. I think it actually surpassed the expectations. So that was the first campaign, first action of that type in Kraków and in the city of Zakopane with very interesting results. So results of that campaign showed the directions, potential directions of these actions. And then later on, we had a large conference, which did not meet with a lot of interest. Well, I think nowadays, things like that are extremely popular and are very closely followed. For many, many years, we had these air sampling activities, and the quality of air was very poor, and there were not so many people interested. But owing to organizations like Kraków Smog Alert, people started noticing it. And there were times when our servers were overheated because of so many people checking the updates. And now we can hear that what we publish and what we disclose is very popular and often used by third parties, by other entities. We keep on working on expanding our portal. We're forced to do that by the new directive. And we keep on watching how the interest in that topic is growing. And there isn't much we can do. So we hope that once we have very many people who are aware of the seriousness of that situation, etc. Well, that is going to contribute to general understanding. So we have all these information channels like the screens, the monitors that inform the general public about the concentrations. Generally, we hear very different interpretations of changes that occur in our environment. This is not a good trend. There are some denialists who deny the results of the condition of the check of the condition of the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stop right here. I think that what we discussed here could be then used as a great milestone. But this is not the end of this session. I mean, this is the end of this session, but we're moving on directly to the third session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind you names of our panelists who are also here on the screen. Thank you, gentlemen. A 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, but bear with me, bear with us, because I'll have an announcement.
Drodzy
our agenda after a very short break. Now we are beginning the third session of our event, which is the last session, Poland and Europe, in the context of new related regulations, challenges and directions of our actions. So let us ask and try to answer different questions, whether Poland can handle its challenges. We'll talk about the framework of new regulations. We'll talk about mechanisms of financial support and possible fines. We'll talk about the community awareness raising, and we'll discuss the principle that without the social support it will be very difficult to implement new regulations. So it is so important to communicate benefits for health and for economic side of living connected with air quality. The first speech and first presentation will be delivered by Aneta Willem, SINEA, European Executive Agency for Climate, Environment, Infrastructure, SINEA, and LIFE Program Directions of Support for the coming years. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Tomasz has said, I will be talking about challenges, but because organizers are smart, they asked me to talk about financing those challenges from EU funds, and then other speakers, including Guido, will tell you more about challenges, and, well, you will be comforted first by the idea that there will be some financial support. You will not be left alone, so that's a smart design of this session structure. Let me move on to my presentation. I'm representing SINEA, executive agency. So executive agencies were set up 10 years ago in order to manage EU funds. And EU funds, once again, it is like circular economy. EU receives reports from member states. On the reports, they base new legislative initiatives. Then legislative initiatives are supposed to be implemented and passed on to member states. And then there are programs which help to implement that, and projects which are implemented. And we receive feedback from them. And then we learn what can be implemented better, or maybe there are some legal loopholes, and then we send our feedback to policy making. So SINEA is an executive agency for climate, infrastructure, and environment. Executive agencies, well, the total number is 6. If you deal with that in different institutions, EASEA, culture, and you can see this entire structure, ASNEA, REA, scientific research, RCEA, which is executive agency of the Council for Scientific Research. So, in our agency, there are 600 employees dealing with a number of projects, and we have 65 billion euro to be allocated in the framework of 2021-2027. General goal is to support ecological economic growth and clean industry in Europe. We have 7 DGs, and we implement our policies through projects. So for transport, for energy, for research, for development, climate, maritime and fisheries, and regional affairs, and DG environment. The programs that we deal with in SINEA, let me begin from left. LIFE program that you know very well through the projects which were presented today. We also have European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund for common maritime fisheries and aquaculture policies, Connected Europe Facility dealing with transportation and energy, renewable energy financing mechanism, just transition mechanism for dealing with public loans, public sector loans, and Horizon Europe, focusing on climate, energy, and transportation, as well as Innovation Fund. Yes, I wanted to show you budgets on the slide. So what is the breakdown of the CNA's budget for 7-year period? The biggest share is in CEF, Connected Europe Facility, Energy and Transport, then Horizon Europe, Innovation Fund, which is financed from sales of emission certificates from ETS. So if you didn't know that, there's parts of certificates which are sold, and it supplies Innovation Fund, and it is quite a large fund. For 10 years, it is like 40 billion euro. Here you can apply for financing of projects as well. Life, 4.5, or almost 4.7, and smaller programs, MFAF, maritime, fisheries, aquaculture, and there is a large part for member states, and we manage only direct management. So through agencies, it is like 33 million. And our goal is to bring together. We don't want to have like the silos approach. We want to combine knowledge from all these projects together, because we manage projects in 3 areas: climate, energy, and transportation. We are capable of generating synergies between all these projects. So one project begins in Horizon Europe, and there is a testing lab there. Then it can use like the Innovation Fund or LIFE or MFAF or other programs. So there is a path for development starting from a lab, then throughout the entire path to entering into the marketplace. So you can see some groups in clean energy. We have Connecting Europe Facility, Energy, and then Horizon Europe Energy, Renewable FM, LIFE, and Innovation Fund. And from transportation, you can see that there is Connecting Europe and then Horizon Europe Mobility and Innovation Fund, Climate, Environment, and Maritime Economy. You have 5 programs here in different scopes: Horizon, Just Transition Mechanism, Innovation Fund, LIFE, and MFAF. And here, I should explain that Poland is a big beneficiary of the Connecting Europe facility. And after the outbreak of the full-scale war in Ukraine, there are many investments in the Polish ports, trans-border points, gas pipelines, energy lines are being built, and like adding missing links in the energy infrastructure so that we have intermodal transportation network in Europe in order to increase the smartness of the transportation systems, so intelligent transport systems, and providing security of energy supplies, providing and guaranteeing safety of the transportation, especially through railways, attaining climate goals through environmentally friendly infrastructure. All the projects that we handle have one aim: to lead to faster decarbonization of the economy through integration of both sectors, implementation of modern infrastructure and the grid. European Commission finances additional projects to support military mobility, to support transportation of soldiers and military equipment through 10T. And these projects have the budget amounting to 800 million euro, and it is about modernization of key transportation infrastructure so that it can be used for transportation of civilians and military units for defense purposes, so it is called dual mobility. And here Poland is among the beneficiaries of these programs in maritime ports, airports, railways. Railway infrastructure is being modernized thanks to this program as well.
Then the next program is the Innovation Fund, which is financed from ETS certificates. So Innovation Fund is everything that reduces and eliminates emission of greenhouse gases. But Innovation Fund is for large projects. So it is to introduce programs aimed at decarbonizing industry and supporting decarbonizing of the industrial sector. In terms of risk assessment, it is about promoting highly innovative projects. Apart from the current subsidy program, this Innovation Fund is to support projects in an auction system. So here is a presentation of the budget. So 40 billion for the period of 10 years. So we have grants awarded through regular calls and auctions, and then we have that pure hydrogen concept. So it's about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving competition. So we made calls for the energy-intensive industries with the highest greenhouse gases emissions, so all the technologies which aimed at eliminating CO2 emissions and emissions of other greenhouse gases. We know that many industries use CO2 limiting technologies, and that also leads to elimination of other pollutants, SOXs, NOXs, and all these factors that affect the quality of air. Here we also have references to all renewable energy sources, so PV, wind, hydrogen-powered sources. So all new energy sources is innovative and could be applied for under this program. We also had a call for batteries. So all these items listed on the slide: carbon capture, usage and storage, net zero mobility, and buildings, so turning buildings into low emission buildings. Well, studies made by the General Directorate for Energy show that all buildings are one of the main emitters of greenhouse gases in Europe. Now, Horizon Europe, I think you're very well familiar with this program. In particular, if you're a member of the academia, work for the university. So here we have projects focused on climate, energy, and transportation. So EU operates in these three climate areas. Here there's been a change over the past 7 years. We used to have research only in this category, now it's research and innovation. So it's about understanding the risks and consequences of the climate change, responding to challenges, and following up on the 17th goal of the UN. It's about supporting the European Green Deal. So here, research and development focus on the energy systems in the EU, so they are climate friendly, environmental friendly, thus smarter, agile, more problem resistant, inclusive and competitive and effective. So very many goals, a long list of goals. To achieve this climate neutrality and ensure socially fair transition, we need broad social, economic, and financial changes. So here we have some specific proofs, evidence from the research. They can speed up the transition and make it more effective. So here we promote PPPs for new batteries, for electric vehicles, for autonomous vehicles, zero-emission vessels and buildings. Then we have LIFE. I think you're familiar with the program. This is the only EU program which focuses on environmental, climate and pure energy, clean energy objectives. At this point in time, it supports nature and biological diversity. When we speak about quality of life in this aspect, we speak about clean sea, clean air, about limited emissions from the industry. It's also about safe chemical products that we use. It's also alleviated climate changes and adaptation to these climate changes. It's also about transition towards clean energy. Now, very briefly about the next steps. As you know very well, in July this year, the European Commission presented its proposal. These are the new frames for the period 2028-2034 with 3 pillars. Pillar 1 is commonly referred to as the national envelopes. So these are national regional partnership plans. That part must be managed by member states, as the recovery plans are. So you come up with your own programs, which are in synergy to the national recovery plans. So within that framework, we'll have projects. Well, actually, in this pillar, we're going to have integrated projects. This is what we call SNAP and SIPs. So be it projects implemented, environmental protection implementing projects, or strategies for environmental protection, for clean air. So the concept is to have that managed directly by member states. So we have all these national regional partnership plans to work as an umbrella to the so-called EU facility that would provide financing to NGOs and also financing and preparing national policies so that they are coherent with the EU policies. Okay, I should be approaching the end of my presentation. The next pillar is the European Competitiveness Fund, and here you find projects that cover all, encompass everything which is related to the competitiveness of the European environmental sector, so waste management, closed-circuit economy, etc. chemical products, etc.
Zwłaszcza te właśnie na zielono określone pola, to jest czysta
So it's about clean transformation and and enforce decarbonizing, health, biotech, bioeconomy, agriculture, industrial decarbonizing. Underneath the instruments, you'll find the so-called life activities. Do check the website, see the EU budget. So we have proposed regulations there, and you can identify the current activities in the LIFE program. So you may find them in these two different regulations. And then, let me follow up on that. Then we have the European Fund for the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund and International Management of Oceans. That also includes energy projects, energy in ports, port management, the so-called blue economy. So it's not only about transportation and energy at sea, but it's also tourism that fits into this category. Then we have this just transition mechanism. So these are loans to the public sector. It's about 10% of grants and 90% of loans from the European Investment Bank. And then we have supporting renewable energy financing mechanism. So that covers some specific projects for the states that have no direct coastal line. So perhaps they would like to use regions which are windy, but it's unable to invest in there. So we support member states in these areas. We contact these member states and to make mutual investments possible. And the settlements are made in energy, in green energy. So, and then we have this green assist and interesting projects for all of you. It's a free business advice. Once we have projects which are not green enough and would like to make them more greener. Or we've had a project and would like to move to stage 2 and would like to have a business plan for the project or a market analysis. You may address us, turn to us, and we have a pool of experts from consulting companies, lawyers, etc. You'll get such expertise, experts' opinion from us free of charge. Check the website, check our funding and tender portal site. So there is a long list of dates with calls for proposals. You'll be updated by the website of our agency. You may also learn more from the contact points. Andrzej is the contact point for LIFE, but each and every program has a separate program. You may contact these people, and they also have the necessary expertise about applying to projects. And then we have a new app, which is EU Funding and Me, so you can download it onto your phone, write about the sectors that you're interested in, and you'll find out which programs which agencies may support you in or award you some funds or support you in the process. And then we have a public dashboard at SAINIA. So it is an umbrella for all programs and projects of SAINIA. You can get a description of these programs and projects and statistics about the funds spent. So do check our website. As I said, these executive agencies are to promote financing and provide and ensure expertise and consulting services in green transition, collaborate with beneficiaries and stakeholders, and it's about enhancing visibility of project results and programs. We organize meetings for projects in a given sector, so there is always this opportunity for exchanging experience and information and best solutions. We educate our beneficiaries about improving these projects, and then we offer feedback to the European Commission so that other policies can be shaped, and it's about creating new concepts, it's about replacing boilers, and it's about creating strong partnerships by mobilizing additional resources. So you will find us in various social media. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękuję. To była przed Państwem Aneta.
Thank you very much. It was Aneta Willems. I do apologize. My role is ungrateful. I have to discipline everyone, even though I don't want to. And the next speaker will be Andrzej Muter, National Fund of Environmental Protection and Water Management. So the floor is yours. All right. So, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much for inviting me to join this event. If I meet beneficiaries of the LIFE projects during events like that, especially projects which were so successful, it is always a very pleasant thing for me and motivates me to work on to do more for other projects that will be also co-financed from the LIFE program funds. So let me just present the situation, what we do as the national contact point, as the national fund, what we do for the LIFE program. So let me begin by saying thank you. Then I will tell you more about the division of roles, then co-financing of the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, and our role as the national contact point. As for saying thank you, in the year 2024, we informed everyone that we are the net beneficiary of the LIFE program as a country. So the amount that we need to obtain to say that we are a net beneficiary was defined as 101 million in the first multi-annual perspective year, and the perspective was 4 years. So for us it was 109 million. After 4 years, of course, it is 35 million euro. These are the numbers, these are the funds, so we have become a net beneficiary of the LIFE program. Thanks to you, thanks to the Voivodeship of Małopolska, the Małopolska region, we are the best country taking advantage of the funds of LIFE program for strategic projects, like almost 100 million euro. There is this number of 11 projects in which we participate. Actually, there are 8 projects that we coordinate as the country, and the first project, which is about to be closed, but Małopolska is also a unique region because there are 2 LIFE projects being implemented here. It is an exception, actually, on a European scale. Strategic projects. So I'm using the tool that Aneta has introduced, and statistically speaking, I can say that in the previous financial perspective, we obtained 82.5 million euro. It was a difficult financial perspective for LIFE projects in Poland, whereas in this perspective, in the 4 calls for proposal, the statistics show that we have contracts for 127 million euro from co-financing from the European Commission, but other contracts will be concluded, additional ones, or more of them. So we are number 6 in Europe as the country when it comes to using live funds, just behind Germany. We are slightly behind them, but we may catch up, I think, and perhaps we'll be number 5. Some more statistical data. I present them annually to marshals of regions. So what's the situation in Poland, local government projects within live context? So the projects that marshals can influence because they are implemented by local governments units. So Małopolska is number 1 here in this ranking with 6 projects. Podkarpackie is number 2 with 1 project. Pomorskie entered this ranking pool, or the top 3, thanks to the strategic project. And I'm showing this ranking to marshals as well, or general statistics of regions in Poland. So this ranking is prepared after registration of coordinating beneficiary. Mazowieckie is number 1, Małopolskie is number 2, Mazowieckie, which is Mazovian region, central institutions, General Directorate of State Forests, various institutions with headquarters in Warsaw. So that is why it is number 1. Very often we say that shoemaker walks barefooted. So just guess in which region I was born. You can give me the answer during our informal conversations. Division of roles. What's the role of the National Fund for Environmental Protection, Water Management? Aneta has mentioned certain important bits of information. You can see the budget for life for this financial perspective, so 5.4 billion euro, but it is like 5432. Nice. I would prefer 7654 or 8765. Like you can see the biggest amount of money for environmental protection. Poland receives quite a lot. As for air protection, how can we finance that? From the 3 other sub-programs: circular economy, quality of life, air protection, and clean air is also included. The innovative projects about amelioration of climate changes. There might be projects influencing clean air or air pollution decrease, and clean energy soft projects with co-financing of European Commission up to 95%. This sub-program was moved from Horizon to Life. And under this sub-program, moving to clean energy was our weakest link, so to say, the smallest number of projects, the most limited number of applications. We do whatever we can to improve that, to have more Polish projects submitted here. And we have to admit it is quite a demanding area of soft projects. As for division of roles, clearly LIFE is the European Commission program. Applications are submitted to the Commission directly. You sign an agreement with the European Commission. Funds are paid out. Advance payments, big tranches. Sometimes treasuries are surprised because funds are sent quite fast, are transferred quite fast, and there might be some problems with the budget towards the end of the year because funds appear out of nowhere. And as the national fund, we have the role of the national contact point and the entity which co-finances the projects. The level of co-financing is up to 95% from the European Commission. The standard is 60%. For us, we supplemented with subsidies up to 95% of eligible costs. We have a loan to maintain financial liquidity, and we also foresee funds for writing an application as well. A bit more about co-financing from the National Fund money, so a subsidy, as I was saying, up to 35%. There is digressive principle, so entities which are non-public should be motivated to apply as fast as possible. So at the moment, for entities from outside of public finance sector in call for proposals 2025 and 6, there will be maximum of co-financing up to 25%, which gives us 60% plus 25, 85%, 15. So 15% is your own contribution. Does not pertain to certain areas like the environment or the nature, or matters connected with soft areas and the nature for projects like close to market, so business-oriented. We offer, independently of anything else, co-financing up to 15% because we believe that since they are close to business, they do not require such a high level of co-financing. So that's a growth of budgets of co-financing amount by the National Fund. Here you can see a small collapse in the years 2014 and 19. Then the situation has improved. The National Contact Point for Life, it is located in every member state in the European Union. And what do we offer there? What is our goal? Generally speaking, we are trying to make the program visible in Poland. The more beneficiaries we have, life is becoming more visible, more noticeable. We observe a growing interest when strategic projects appeared in the market. We support you in various ways, consulting ideas, supporting at the stage of preparation of applications. We help to look for partners, and we organize training sessions, so educational and training activities. Our main medium is the website, but also we are active on LinkedIn. The main source of information are current events or news. You can receive our newsletter. You will receive news from us in our newsletter to your mailbox regularly under competence building or potential building here. We've prepared many videos or dedicated videos, introduction to life, 5 videos with various beneficiaries who encourage to participate in every area, to make applications. And we also prepared a series of podcasts. So about life in a nutshell, there are 10 podcasts like that, and we discuss various topics there. I would say they are very interesting, like volunteers in live programs. Interestingly, volunteers may be treated as own contribution of beneficiaries. So you can organize a project like that. There is plenty of volunteers, a lot of involvement, so there is social engagement in implementation of the project. It includes also a certain impact on maintaining the outcomes of the project, and the work of volunteers is an eligible cost. There is an interesting mechanism for the third party, or financial support for the third party, partnerships, as Tomek said. There are partners of strategic projects, so plenty of stakeholders, because these are large projects. There is an interesting tool that we have prepared. It is Navigator on our YouTube channel. Since 2020, we have prepared many materials. They are online, and we realized there are so many of them. It is so difficult to navigate around them, to move around them. And we've decided to prepare a tool called Navigator, sending you to specific materials, specific videos, and it is easier to use the materials prepared. You can see diverse topics which were discussed, the introduction to life designing projects, then sub-programs, and there was a series of webinars which are dedicated for business, for local governments, for people of science and academia, and these videos are available there as well. More than 120 hours of these materials, which are available on our YouTube channel, and I think our navigator will make your life so much easier. And then the European Commission announces calls for proposals, usually in April every year, so we are expecting more calls for proposals announced in April. It seems that we have a lot of time, but let me ensure you start thinking about your project right now. Till that point, till April, what you can get from us: more webinars that we organize towards the end of November, at the beginning of December, and then throughout December, especially one webinar in which we are going to present together with beneficiaries the tools for preparation of projects, logical matrix. The Pomeranian Voivodeship Pomorskie was working on that strategic project using this matrix, and they decided to present their experiences with that. There is a problem tree, the goals tree, that's another tool to bring more order into the structure of the project. And interestingly, we are going to have a lecturer from a university in Warsaw. He's going to talk about using AI in preparation of applications. We are going to announce a call for preparation to writing live projects. It will be announced at the beginning of next year. Individual consultations are possible. I have cooperation focused on 2 projects for the next year. And I think that very soon more people will approach us for consultation. We do encourage you to do so. And please take advantage of the entire body of knowledge which is available at our website. I guess that's all from me. Thank you very much indeed for giving me the time. I'm so glad I could cover the entire range of ideas, all my slides. That's all from me. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Andrzej Muter, the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation closed this part of the session in which we talked about the support. So now it's time to be even more focused, more concentrated, because now we are going to talk about challenges. There will be 2 speeches on the 2 presentations. So first, Guido de Wild from the European Commission, new directive and challenges for the European Union. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be here at the final conference of this wonderful project. We have heard already so many praises, and I'm going to add to this. But first of all, I would like to inform you a little bit about my role. For the past decade, I have been working in the Clean Air, Noise and Urban Policy Unit in the European Commission. And my role is to mainstream these topics in all EU funding programs. So that also includes the LIFE project, and I'm very happy to be here. It's very rare to be able to follow such a project, such a big project, so a long-running project from the inception, when you reach out, when you provide information, how about what is going to happen, that there is going to be a call, and how it can help situation in various member states and regions and cities. And then to be there today at the final conference. I'm very pleased that I'm invited. Thank you, Thomas and colleagues. And I'm happy to give you now an overview of the new directive, the air quality directive, as was announced, but I will also give you a little bit more of a context. So I will discuss with you today the revision of the EU rules in the context of the air quality directive. I will also link with the National Emission Reduction Commitment Directive. It is also a directive affecting air quality and it is also relevant. This is an interaction. I will give you a bit of an overview of the Clean Air Outlook. It's a very interesting document that also provides information. And I can't resist. This is the final conference. I have been there for almost a decade, accompanying you, and I was very happy during this event, and also the journey that we have together. So I will also have a little short feedback and look back at Life Małopolska and the EU experience. So let's start. EU Clean Air Policy. I think that a lot of you are aware what we are doing in the EU context for air, but I just want to summarize it a little bit to put it in the context. So first of all, you will see that we on the low end to the right, that we have source-specific emission standards. So that is including, for example, the Industrial Emissions Directive. We also have the MCP Directive, this is the Medium Combustion Plant Directive. We have eco-design, and that is very important because eco-design is also addressing boilers and their emissions and stoves and their emissions, and that is now being revised. So under the eco-design directive umbrella, which is a framework directive, we are now working on new legislation to update the measures for boilers and the energy labeling for boilers and stoves. And this will directly affect also boiler programs in Poland. We also work on energy efficiency, for example, the energy performance of buildings, that was already referred to several times with the register, and for example also on cars. Then to the left bottom, we have the National Emission Reduction Commitments Directive, which is short NEC. And there you see that in every country, every member state, we have emissions in tons per year that country can emit. So we have them for SO2, for NOx, for non-methane volatile organic compounds, PM2.5, and for ammonia. So this is about the whole emission of annually for a member state. Then we go to the top, and there you see the ambient air quality directives, which have now been consolidated into one directive, which phrases concentrations of air polluting substances. So you see a number of pollutants, PM2.5, PM10, NO2, etc. These are concentrations. And just to give an example, if you have a large country like Sweden, it is possible that in the north of Sweden there's hardly any emission. You have some reindeer, and that's it. And then if you have the population is concentrated in Stockholm, Göteborg, Malmö. So it is possible that in a busy shopping street in Stockholm, you can have a lot of concentrations of, for example, NOx. So you can have an exceedance of the concentration in Stockholm, whereas overall in Sweden, the total emission in tons per year is okay under the national emission ceiling. So there's a difference between the total emissions and the place where all these emissions are originating, because there you can have too high concentrations. Does EU air policy, clean air policy work? Yes, you see that the premature deaths, that also the professor already referred to in his analysis, is going down, so that is very good. In the context of the European Green Deal, we have the Zero Pollution Action Plan target to reduce premature deaths from 45% to minus 55%. So that is a goal that we want to achieve in the context of European Green Deal, and one of the pillars of the European Green Deal is the Zero Pollution Action Plan. The European Green Deal is far more than just climate. It is also about circular economy, it is about biodiversity, and it is also about zero pollution. A lot of people tend to forget it, but take that into account. Why is air pollution still a problem in the EU? So let's look at, well, I would point there, but perhaps I should point there for you. So air pollution is still a problem because you have health impacts. As was already mentioned, if you have premature deaths, it is bad. To have air pollution. It is also causing cancer. There are also links to psychological illnesses like autism. So it is really important to address air pollution. Here you see there are up to 300,000 premature deaths per year in the EU. This is, together with noise, the biggest thing, but air pollution is the biggest problem. Social impacts. especially children, elderly, people with conditions who are already sick or vulnerable, socio-economically disadvantaged. We already discussed energy poverty. They are affected more by air pollution than other groups in society. There are environmental impacts, so eutrophication. So sometimes you don't want nature areas to be fertilized by, for example, ammonia and by NOx. Acidification of ecosystems can also lead to crop and forest damage. And it has economic impacts because if you are ill, you can't work, and that is not good for the economy. And in general, you see that it's difficult to estimate, but you see that the annual cost can range from 231 to 853, depending on how you calculate and how much value you add. And it is also very popular with European citizens because they care about the brief. You see also in Central and Eastern Europe in the past 2 decades, 3 decades, that as economic growth is there, economy develops, that people start to worry not so much about is there food and is there energy, but also do I have a clean environment, and clean air is one of the most important things. So how does it work in EU policy making? Well, I'm not going to in all the details, but we have, for example, the implementation of the old measures, so the old air quality directives. We have a monitoring system, it is implemented by member states, and then after some years we have to evaluate if it is still working. Remember that the old directives were from 2004 and 2008. It's a long time ago, so it is based on scientific evidence from about 25 years ago. So science evolves, we have more insight in what air pollution can do. So then we have to, from time to time, do a fitness check. Is it still up to date? Does it still perform? And we had signals, for example, from the World Health Organization that it was not. The World Health Organization said, no, we recommend stricter guidelines than you have in your legislation. We were also looking at reports from member states, our experiences, at the infringement cases, about enforcement. So then we are evaluating. So when we do this process, we look also at what is the wider context. We consult stakeholders. So we consult member states and regions and cities. We reach out to NGOs and industry. Everyone that is possibly involved, we consult. There's an impact assessment. If we have stricter measures, what would it cost? What would be the benefits for society? Can we quantify these? What is the impact on employment, on social well-being? And then we draft a legislative proposal, and then it is adopted by the College of Commissioners. This is the group of commissioners in total. And then our proposal goes to the European Parliament. They negotiate and have a position. It goes to the Council of the Member States. They negotiate. And then, finally, when there is an agreement, it is published in the official journal and it becomes EU law. And then the whole circle can start again. So then it has to be implemented by the Member States, etc., etc. Then it is, and now we have a new air quality directive. So the cycle starts again. Now we have to help the member states and the regions and the cities to implement this. So we will have guidelines to be developed, and we will have implementing acts that we will discuss with member states, etc. For example, for monitoring and for modeling. And then we hope that the implementation can proceed in a good way. So as you see, the timeline is for European standards quite short. In October 22 was a Commission proposal, and in 2024, the fourth quarter, we already had this published in the official journal. For air quality directive, which is quite technical and which is challenging, it is a very efficient process, so we are quite happy that it was this smooth. And this is very important today, what does this new air quality directive tell, and what does it want? So, the big drivers are environment and health. So it is important, if you look at the environment and health, that we go for the zero pollution objective. And like was said earlier, it will never be completely zero pollution. There will always be some pollution, but the ambition is there. I mean, if you say, well, we go for some pollution by 2050, it is not a good sound bite, because we say, we go for some pollution. Do we add to pollution, or what is going to happen? Now, so the ambition is to reduce pollution, so that is why we call it zero pollution objective. And it is a bit like with climate. Then intermediate 2030 air quality standards. So we want to be more ambitious over time, but we have to take into account that regions and member states and cities have to follow. So you can't just make it very strict. people have to follow, and that is a bit like climate, which is also phased over decades. Update over other air quality metrics, for example, average exposure obligations. This is a bit too technical, I don't have the time to go into detail, and a regular review mechanism. We have realized, and also stakeholders and others told us, that is a bit strange. If you have 2004, 2008 directives and you review them, and the review is published in 2024, you are a bit late. The WHO had already scientific evidence that it could and should be stricter. So now we have an easier mechanism than a new directive, so we want to be a bit faster. But still in cooperation with member states and the European Parliament, because they are the legislator after all. Let's go to the top right, monitoring and assessment. That is very important. Air quality monitoring and air quality modeling will be more important. And that is the interesting thing in integrated projects. If you have integrated projects, you will have almost always a monitoring and modeling component. LIFE program is not that enthusiastic about air quality monitoring and modeling, but especially in integrated projects, you have this kind of dimension. We will have more sampling points, better quality sampling points, better representativeness, better comparability, and we will have also monitoring of emerging concerns like ultrafine particles, black carbon and ammonia. Well, we know that ammonia is a problem, it's not really an emerging concern. We know it is a concern for us, but it is now for the first time in the context of this air quality directive. It was already in the NEC directive, so be clear, we already had it on our radar screen. It is very important, and we have to address it because ammonia also contributes to secondary particulate matter, and that is not good either. It has already been said many times during these 2 days, but information and communication is also very important, and also the directive, the new directive, stresses this in the text. So there is more up-to-date air quality information. For example, the air quality index that is managed by the European Environment Agency is mobilized. We will have air quality indices, hourly reporting or near real time is very important, so that you know that every citizen can know what is happening, but also that you don't just say what the concentration is, because for citizens it is not very clear. If you say, well, tomorrow it is going to be 80 micrograms, they may say, micrograms, wow, that's not a serious problem. But if the threshold is 20, you have a problem, because it's 4 times over the threshold. So it is important that you also indicate, well, it is better not to work in the garden, or it is better that children stay indoors, whatever. So that you can prepare for your activities. So that is the public health information. It's not just a number, but also what people can do. And then there's governance and enforcement. So air quality plans need to be more effective in ending and preventing exceedances, improved enforceability, and transboundary cooperation. When you look at this, I have to say that 10 years ago, the integrated project of LIFE Małopolska is ticking a lot of the boxes here. They have worked with Vito for better monitoring and modeling in Kraków, for example, for traffic management. There was information and communication, big signs, displays near, for example, the big bus station in Kraków about the concentration. So that is interesting. So you see that the monitoring and modeling was there, information and communication was better. They reached out to schools. We have seen that there were the projects with schools and to inform, and that how many, I don't know how much, but many children were informed in the school projects. So you reach out, you give information. So there are a lot of things that we're helping there as well. So in that sense, it is also kind of precursor. And we also look at integrated projects, what is working, what are they doing. And this is also something that was happening in Italy, in Prepare, in Slovakia. So they all have these projects, and we take this into account. This is important, and we have this now in the directive. Here you see the standards, and you see that there is the WHO guideline, but you also see what is now our value in the new directive. It is not always the same, because in the end it is the European Parliament, and it is the Council of Member States, and you have to balance the costs. Is the cost-benefit ratio okay? So sometimes the WHO was saying 5 micrograms for PM, 2.5. We have settled on 10. But it is, compared to what it is now and what it will stay till 2030, because we need member states time to adapt, you see that it is still a big improvement. This, of course, has also consequences, because you may comply now, but it doesn't mean that in 5 years' time you will still comply. So it is a challenge to work still on air quality. Now, this is something about air quality roadmaps. This is a kind of air quality plan, but it has been defined in the legislation. So you need air quality roadmaps or air quality plans, short-term action plans. So it is well defined what you want, what you should have in place in case of exceedances or threatening exceedances. I'm not going to too much detail about this, but the structure of air quality plans is still there. Well, if you look at all the measures that are being taken for cleaner transport, for eco-design, for industrial emissions, for air quality and for climate, you see that if that is all going to be implemented by member states and regions, that in 2030, basically, Europe should be under the threshold, under the limit value for PM 2.5. I focus on PM 2.5 because that is the most dangerous one if you look into health effects. The NOx is important, but PM 2.5 is the big one. So we see that that would be really great if we could do this. There are some yellow spots, but they unfortunately are still outside the EU in 2030 if it all works out. Well, what will it deliver? The new Air Quality Directive, health benefits, reducing annual mortality, so the premature deaths should go down, the illnesses should be reduced, there should be social benefits because the poorer groups and the vulnerable groups will benefit more than the average population. There should be environmental benefits, beautification, acidification, and economic benefits. So, and we also know from the impact assessment that for every euro that is invested in air quality, the social benefits will be about 3 to 10 euros. There's a huge return on investment for air quality investment. Now Małopolska. Yes, well, you have made great progress. Thank you for all your efforts that you have done in the past years. It has been great. Thomas, Piotr, Andrei, and for the time that we met in Bratislava and we discussed this possible integrated project, and then later with all the dedication of all the eco-managers and with the leadership in the Marshal's office, etc. It has been a great journey. If you look at it, for example, from 53 exceedances to 29, you comply now. If you look at the days in exceedance at the start in 2013, 132, and now 38. Just above the threshold, but the trend is very clear. Good progress has been made. So, quite impressive. But you're not there yet, and especially not because you have to prepare for the new thresholds, the new limit values in the new directive. So please continue the good work, because there's still something to be done. Now let us have a look at the NEC directive, the National Emission Reduction Commitment Directive. It is there since 2016, and we are now looking at it like we did for the Air Quality Directive. Should it be reviewed? What is delivering? Are there any problems? So we have had consultation, stakeholder consultations, we have had workshops, and we have drafting a document, and that is to be published later this year to see if and when and how this could be reviewed. And then it is a decision in the Commission what to do about this NEC directive and if it should be reviewed. Criteria that we use in such an evaluation, that it should be effective, it should be efficient. We always look at cost effectiveness. We are talking about big budgets and the billions that Aneta is flying over the slides. But if you look at what the needs are in Europe for climate, for environment, but also now for competitiveness and for defense and for the clean industry, etc., 2,000 billion is not that much. It's only 1% more or less of the whole GDP of Europe. So we have to be efficient. It has to be relevant, it has to be coherent, and it has to provide EU added value. Which for the NEC directive is pretty obvious, because if you reduce emissions in one member state, because air quality and air pollution is transboundary, if one member state becomes cleaner, then there is also less pollution blowing to another country, and vice versa. So if country A is becoming cleaner, the neighbor country B will benefit, vice versa. So that should not be a problem. But the NEC directive is challenging in itself. We have still in the Air Quality Directive problems with infringements and exceedances, but also in the NEC directive we see that the scenario for the moment is that several member states will have problems in 2025. Ammonia is the big problem, and in 2030 in the baseline when the emissions should go down, it is even prognosed to be a bigger problem. so far it seems that from the latest prognosis that Poland is not really a problem, that it is on track to comply in 2030 and in 2025. And that is also indirectly a result of what has been done in Małopolska. You have so many integrated projects in Poland, big integrated projects, that if you work on the concentration and you reduce emissions, that automatically you also help compliance in Poland with the National Emission Reduction Commitment Directive. So no one is talking about that, but that is a very big effect. Like you have climate benefits. So an integrated project for air quality, which is also addressing, for example, transport, is also helping road safety in many cases, and noise. So if you look at this, so an air quality project is so wide-ranging and has so many synergies that also Aneta mentioned, that it is very ideal to do it because in a lot of ways you will help citizens benefit and increase quality of life. Another interesting thing that not many people are aware of is the clean air outlook. In the context of the NEC directive, you look at the developments of the trends, the problems, and it is linked to the NEC directive, but it's also fitting in the zero pollution outlook, the zero pollution monitoring in Outlook 2025. And if you want to draft a proposal, this is also a hint for the national contact point and the national fund, this is also giving a lot of context, policy context, where you can find arguments why, what kind of measures could be interesting. Also, the EEA has interesting information because every year they have an air quality report for Europe where you see what are the problems, what kind of pollution is still sticky and has to be addressed, etc. So, interesting read for you. Key messages of the fourth Clean Air Outlook. Ammonia is an emission that we are still worrying about. It is coming mainly from agriculture, and that is a difficult sector to address. In the past decades, they have been reduced only 20%, whereas other pollutants have been going down for 40, 50, sometimes even 70 or 80%. Some additional action is needed for PM 2.5, non-methane volatile organic compounds, and also NOx. But the big one is ammonia. When you look at the zero pollution targets, for health, we are on track for premature death reduction. But for ecosystems, it will be tricky, also because of the ammonia problem. Because eutrophication, acidification is linked to ammonia. So if we don't meet the ammonia standards, then it is difficult for that. Okay. Live Małopolska, this is the fun part. So, Live Małopolska, some EU highlights, and I wanted to share them because we have had many highlights today and there have been anecdotes that have been exchanged, and that is a very interesting event, the final conference, but I want to give you some EU perspective. So, I must say that from an EU perspective, from Brussels, we not only recognized and were very happy with all the things that you did, for example, in the context of awareness for citizens, and that was on the content and the merit of the proposal itself. But we also like the transboundary cooperation with Slovakia, with the Czech Republic, and also reaching out to Bulgaria, to Hungary and Slovakia to help them in preparing an integrated project themselves. So you didn't keep your knowledge and experience and good practice for yourself. It was also part of your experience with other regions in Poland and cross-border. That is in the European spirit, but not many projects have done it in such a great way as this project has. So Thomas and Piotr have been regularly visitors in Brussels for all kinds of activities. You were also there, for example, at the Clean Air Forum. This is a high-level event where regional ministers and important stakeholders are gathering to discuss clean air. Every 2 years it is organized, about 300-400 participants. The 1st and 2nd December this year there will be another one. And then to illustrate that we recognize the quality of what is going on in Małopolska, we had a video. Thomas can confirm that there was a video of the project in Małopolska. So, to show to people, look, this can be done. Very interesting was also that once there was a live midterm evaluation of the LIFE program, and then it appeared that LIFE IP in Małopolska, and you know that it is not just a LIFE contribution in your own co-funding, but it's also about leveraged funding. You have to mobilize additional funding, either from national funds or the EU regional funds, the operational program. And then, at one stage, the LIFE IP in Małopolska, together with its spin-offs or projects that were inspired by IP Małopolska, has leveraged more funding from their regional funds and national funds than all other IPs for nature, water, waste and climate combined. So go figure. So Małopolska was a record. I think that the proposal was about 800 million that they proposed. And then the millions were flying for air quality. Of course, we liked this. It was great because they thought, well, apparently if Małopolska did with 800 million, perhaps we should offer 1 billion. Well, no, we are going for 1.5 billion. The billions were flying in for air quality, which is great. And that is also because Małopolska has very ambitious leveraged funding from the start. So they set a high mark. And then others said, well, if we have to do it like Małopolska, we have to do as good as well as they have. Great. And my estimate is that currently the air integrated projects in Europe have mobilized about 10 billion euros in leveraged funding. I think that there is no project, single project, in the whole history of Europe, the LIFE program, but I dare to make it wider, that has had such a spin-off. You start with 800 million yourself, and then you result in an investment in Hungary, Slovakia, in other regions of Poland, of 10 billion. Imagine, we had this about the premature deaths that were avoided. How many premature deaths have been avoided because Małopolska set an example for so many regions in Central and Eastern Europe? If it is 2,000 plus, as the professor has said this morning, then I'm pretty sure that we are now talking about easily 10, 20,000. This is huge. And I'm not talking even about damage to crops and to buildings, etc. And the quality of life and illnesses avoided, etc. So this is a huge impact, and I congratulate everyone who has contributed this. So the leadership in the Marshall Office, and the eco-managers, and all the municipalities, and also the citizens and volunteers, because this is great. It's not that just me saying, because you can say, yeah, well, he helped start the project, so he's biased. And that you would devaluate my opinion. But we also have a very fiercely independent organization in Brussels, and that is the European Ombudsman. And this organization is quite critical of everything that Europe is doing. They follow the procedures, and if a citizen has a complaint, they can go to the European Ombudsman, and the complaints will be investigated. And this is a very assertive organization. If they see something that is not right, they will say so. They're completely independent. And they, in 2017, awarded to the LIFE program the European Ombudsman Award. So based on the quality and the impact for the quality of life for citizens in Europe, they gave to the LIFE program the European Ombudsman Award. Well, and you see me there, being given by Emily O'Reilly, the European Ombudsman at the time, with some colleagues from the LIFE unit at that time, still in DG Environment, and some other colleagues from the agency at that time who was working on this award. So thank you very much, because the LIFE program received it thanks to the quality of the work that you have been doing. But then, in 2024, there were European elections. And then the Ombudsman was looking at all the prize-winning projects and programs of the years before, because they had Ombudsman Awards in 2017, 2019, 2021, 2023. And of all the prize-winning projects, they were selecting 3 projects of which they said these projects have been of the best relevance for European citizens to show what Europe can do and mean for European citizens. Who was there? Małopolska with the LIFE integrated project. I have given the link there, so you can look up it, to spotlight an example of good administration. I'm not going to show it because of the time, but there is a video with Maya, who was the follower in Cinea for a long time, and me. And we give a lot of praise, and we don't want Thomas to have a complete red hat to blush because of all the praise that we bestow on the team that has been working. And on all the eco-managers, we are very positive about this. And so there's a video about this, and please have a look, and then you can say, well, I contributed to this, I was part, my municipality was part of it, I am an eco-manager, an eco-advisor, and I helped this happen. And we were selected by the European Ombudsman for the second time among all the prize winners before. So this is great. And then I want to literally and figuratively end this with the life anthem. Perhaps you have never heard of it, but we have an anthem, a life anthem. And even in the life anthem, there are references to Małopolska. So you can imagine, if there's a life anthem about a life program, and Małopolska is explicitly mentioned, you have made an impact in Brussels among the people who work with it, but also in a wider context. And this is something that hardly is done for anything. So let's now have a look. I thank you for all the efforts that you have done, for the great work that you have done in the past. I hope that you will continue, that we stay in touch, because you still have to work, and I'm very grateful, and where I can help, I will certainly do so. But now let's enjoy the positive note to end my presentation. Blue skies, that's you. Małopolska shine, that's you.
Nature guardians, their stories told. They set the bar, they lead the race. Like projects lifted every place. From Poland's plains to Iceland's snow. In Ukraine and Moldova, hope will grow. North Macedonia joins the team. Together we're building the dream. Life is beautiful, life is green. The greatest program we've ever seen. Life is life, together we rise. For nature, the earth, and clear blue skies. The future's bright, the path is clear. With life we conquer every fear. Life is life, the anthems call. For one and for all, we stand tall. Life is beautiful, life is green. The greatest program we've ever seen. Life is life, together we rise. For nature,
And the clear blue skies. That's what we did it.
Bardzo pięknie dziękujemy.
Thank you very much indeed. The new directive challenges for the European Union.
To myślę jest najlepsze podsumowanie tego wystąpienia. Świetny hymn.
That's an excellent summary of this presentation. Perhaps we should learn the lyrics of the anthem.
Exactly mentioned. Yeah, that's for you. Dziękujemy bardzo. Guido de Wild.
Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Since we are talking about challenges, we should talk about our preparation for challenges. So preparation to the new directives, and the new speaker will be Piotr Łyczko from the Ministry of Climate and Environment. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu. To duże...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big challenge to be the speaker after Guido. So I do apologize. My presentation will be less optimistic, more boring. There will be more about challenges, problems ahead of us, especially in Poland, but the beginning will be optimistic. Perhaps I will show you some graphs showing what was successful in Poland for the last several years. And to a large extent, it is thanks to you, thanks to local governments, thanks to NGOs that made us do certain things, made us focus on air quality. Because several years ago, actually, all of the zones in Poland were in red. There were like all the limits exceeded, but now in 2024 it is not perfect, far from perfect, but still 6 zones exceeding a PM10. So if we compare it with the situation 10 years ago, well, that's amazing. Even in BAP, the levels and target levels seemed impossible to be attained. Now, more than half of the zones in Poland complies with the standards, and the remaining half is getting much closer to the right level. So the news is optimistic at the beginning. We have something to boast about in your municipalities, in your regions. I'm showing that from the state perspective, or from the country's perspective, but actually you see the success, or the success is the most visible in individual municipalities and cities. But because we haven't solved all our problems with air quality, and there are zones with exceeded thresholds, we would have to prepare new programs for air quality protection for these zones. And Guido has mentioned some of the challenges in the context of the new directive, NEC directive. So at the level of the ministry, we are preparing some regulations that will make it possible to have simplified update of the current programs that we already have in place, so they can be prolonged for another 2 years till the moment when there will be the obligation to prepare new action plans for air quality in line with the new directive, to have consistency and continuation of reparative measures. And there will be a very important regulation, a very important change connected with the fact that natural persons and NGOs will be able to take the matters to court. So Poland has had a violation case opened with the European Commission. The problem or the issue was not solved yet. We need to introduce it into Polish regulations to have these stipulations that allow to take matters to court well, that's an additional challenge for entities that will prepare these programs for air quality, and the ones that will be responsible for implementation, because there will be control not only from municipalities, but there will be control measures from individuals who will demand more ambitious actions to improve air quality. What is also important is the new directive just around the corner. We need to implement it into the Polish system of law. And as for main changes, well, the main things were mentioned by Guido. Well, let me highlight the ones most important from our perspective. There will be an obligation to reach stricter values. So there will be stricter limits on acceptable pollution thresholds. Obviously, it is connected with new evidence, scientific evidence, because we know what impact air pollution has on human health. Hence, the new directive is introducing new levels, and obviously we'll have to develop the system of monitoring and quality assessment for the air, especially when we are talking about NO2s. NO2, we have in Poland too few stations, like 37 stations, checking concentration of NO2s in hotspots, so places with higher traffic in cities, in the locations when these levels might be too high. So it is a challenge, namely to develop the system of monitoring. And we need new action plans to improve air quality. So documents which are to foresee what actions should be implemented so that new acceptable levels can be reached. And a very important change, giving better access to the system of justice to individuals, to citizens, so matters can be taken to court against air quality programs in case if they are not implemented well on time. On the other hand, inhabitants will have a possibility to claim compensation for harmful effect on human health. That's a very important aspect, because the lack of action to improve air quality may be then translated to compensation that is demanded by individuals, because there might be a negative impact on their health. So the changes of acceptable levels, actually Guido has covered that, concentrations of acceptable levels that we have problems with in Poland, they have to drop by half in a nutshell. So we'll have lower levels or fewer days where these exceedances will take place, levels will change, but there will be stricter alarm levels. Or in Poland, we have had this level for PM10. It was not the result of the directive. It was our own national legislation. It was at the level of 150 micrograms. The directive will introduce a uniform values for the entire European Union for PM10, for PM2.5, and for NO2. So there will be a big challenge for Poland. But we have to bear in mind what is the background for these decisions. Guido has touched upon this topic, namely harmful effect to human health. It was the justification for stricter levels and changes that will be introduced in the new directive. Here, a working team calculated that if we reach these new concentrations imposed by the new directive in Poland, we can avoid about 30,000 premature deaths connected with PM2.5 and more than 3,000 premature deaths connected with NO2. It doesn't mean that NO2 is less harmful. It simply means that areas where these values were exceeded were more numerous for PM2.5. We have to bear in mind that new acceptable levels are not only required by the new directive, it is simply direct translation of simply disconnected with the impact on human health. This map is slightly scaring us and concerning because we have to bear in mind that there are still challenges. Obviously, we've achieved so much, but there are still challenges ahead of us, especially I'm thinking about challenges in PM2.5. The Institute of Environmental Protection has done a lot, and it was an additional job exceeding actually the requirements resulting from legal regulations. So it was analysis of exceeded values, and there is comparison with the accepted values that will be in place starting from 2030. So you see they will have a problem with exceeding values for PM2.5 in almost all the regions of Poland, mostly in the south of Poland. So it is concerning especially for southern Poland. But the areas that have been green so far will have certain hotspots as well. So a new challenge, quite difficult to combat, quite difficult to tackle, because we were going in the right direction, but still we can see a new challenge is still ahead of us. So what about the new directive? What else? The new directive will encourage us to rethink our reparative measures, action plans. Well, we have a new name, but the idea of documents is very similar to a protection program. There is a new name, namely action plan, because these documents are being designed before values are exceeded. So in 2027, regions will have to start preparing action plans to improve the air quality, thinking about possible exceeded values to reach new standards of air quality by 2030.
So far, these air pollution or anti-air pollution programs were prepared after these standards were exceeded. But then we foresee a challenge, because these plans will be crucial in terms of planning the right type of actions to achieve these standards, but they'll also give us the hope the hope to apply for derogation.
Poziomów dopuszczalnych. Na pewno nie będzie to łatwe i na pewno nie będzie to
So it's about the standard. So when there are some special zones and in some areas when the planning of these activities, they would not lead to compliance, there will be a special, like a path derogating or on the special path of accepting this derogation by the European Commission. And at the level of the Ministry of Climate and Environment, at the ministry, in the past few months, we worked in work groups with representatives of marshal offices and people from the National Fund for Environmental Protection to have all that adopted to the Polish law and the new air quality law, AA. So it was about preparing these plans, having these plans for air quality protection. We had that feedback from marshals' offices. We knew that not everything worked well, and this is why we offered some solutions to facilitate this procedure, to make it more efficient. So we want the Environmental Protection Institute and COBISA to be more engaged into assessing the outcomes of repair activities in regions. So marshals' offices should focus more on planning repair activities, and instead of focusing on planning, on modeling, because that would necessitate more technical personnel that they don't have, but we do. So the procedure will demand that some of these works are performed at the level of marshals' offices. So proposed repair activities for some specific areas. And for the Institute, well, its responsibility would will involve preparation of analysis of emission sources and participation in concentrations. But here, we will focus on the stage of engaging the stakeholders into preparing these repair activities. So at this stage, we should have good, proper, full consultations engaging NGOs, municipalities, etc., and other institutions engaged in all these repair activities. So at that point, it's still possible to plan these actions and activities, because at stage 2, all these actions prepared and planned by marshals' offices will be estimated and analyzed in terms of emissions which are achievable, modeling potential air quality improvement effects to the Environmental Protection Institute. So after that stage, no new repair actions can be planned, so it's important to engage all the interested parties early on. But the final document will call for consultations of public parties, engagement into opinionating the document by all the stakeholders. Also, from the national level, we want to improve the quality of these plans, improving the quality of air in all regions. And finally, what is important, that the new plans that should be completed by the end of 2028, they should be forwarded to European Commission, and they will form the basis for case-by-case decisions for derogation of compliance with the new standards. On the part of the ministry, we want to support that program for regions, and we're drafting documentations and new guidelines. We're at the stage of completing guidelines, first draft of guidelines when it comes to first short-term activities. I think you're engaged in this working group meeting. So those of you who are with us at this, as a part of this working group, you know that project has been prepared and developed, and we believe that by the end of this year we'll complete this important and valuable study of reviewing all these repair activities, reconstruction activities that have been used in regions and can be used from now on in other regions. And next year, we're planning to prepare the guidelines for the procedure for drafting the new action plans, so engaging stakeholders, interested parties. We also want to create this national system for monitoring the outcomes of all these actions, improving the quality of air. I think we need it. This is something that we miss. Some regions have it. They have such systems at the regional level, and this is how they collect the data from their municipalities, then do it quickly, and they have the necessary summary of that, but we don't have it at the national level. So statistics should be created, should be put together and pulled together. So it's not only about preparing good plans. We want the plans to be effective and to give good results. And finally, I have some slides summarizing what has already happened, and it's also crucial when it comes to the challenges related to the new directive. So we have the central register of records for building emissions. This is a very important tool. Even before the new legislation, even before we have this new updated database, we have this very important source of information about sources of heating of buildings. As far as I know, no country has introduced such a detailed register of sources of heating. In spite of its obvious defects, like we have that data presentation based on addresses, and that corrects slightly some errors that come from too many declarations filed per address. We know that we can tackle these solid fuel operated boilers. As we can see in Poland, 30% of buildings are powered or heated only with solid fuel consuming boilers. So statistics on the website are presented per each municipality in Poland. Now works are carried out to combine data from declarations, from applications with the data from our stock taking. In spite of absence of that reporting system, in spite of certain obstacles, we collect data and use it for the nationwide statistics. So this is information on the outcomes of replacing inefficient sources of heating operated with solid fuels, Małopolska. So this region ranks third. And you can see that in the leading regions, the number of boilers replaced between 2020 and 2024 went down, and it went up in Małopolska. Well, I think that this presentation is even more important because it tries to combine the information about the number of boilers with the information about boilers that remain to be replaced. So it's about address points. It's about the specific locations where these boilers still operate. Well, unfortunately, it is not very optimistic. Even the best region with the highest rate of replacement, which is Silesian region, shows that replacement ratio of 9% per year. So we would need to wait 11 years for replacement of all these devices. So this presentation shows clearly that we would have to wait like more than 100 years for the situation to improve across the country. But the regions with anti-smog resolutions, with deadlines, they generate much better results when it comes to the rate of replacing the sources of heating. And here we had a list of inspections when it comes to compliance with anti-smoke resolutions and waste incineration. So the highest number of such inspections and controls is takes place in this region and in Silesian region. So with these inspections, we can reach out to the people that still have resources for replacement. They should be reached out with the offer of support and assistance. So this is why we prepared this textbook, good practices of controlling home or household boilers and household furnaces, and compliance of anti-smoke resolution. So there's very important aspects of these inspections, as you know. So there is this educational aspect, that informational aspects, and there are also quite many ways of supporting and reaching to the people who need support, who cannot reach you with their requests for help. And the inspection can identify these people and help them. So finally, summary of challenges for regions and municipalities. Perhaps it is not a very optimistic summary, because we still have some challenges related to replacement on ineffective heat sources. And then we'll also have to restrict emissions from transportation.
Na podstawie istniejących stacji pewnie pojawią się znacznie.
So it's about increasing the number of these sampling stations and monitoring stations. Once we have all that in place, we'll not only focus on actions targeting heating emissions, but also transportation emissions. So we'll go beyond large cities like Kraków and Warsaw, and we move to cities of about 100,000 inhabitants. Well, it is hardly optimistic that we're still facing some challenges, but I believe that with your experience, with the experience that you have from Life Małopolska, you know that things that seemed impossible a decade or two ago could be overcome, could be delivered and achieved by the local government. So I hope that the new challenges that come with the implementation of the new directive, well, they will be implementable in Poland.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy.
Great, thank you. Piotr Łyczko, he spoke about preparations for the new directive in the context of challenges for Poland. There are hardly any doubts that we'll be making a big leap in terms of air quality. Poland is a partner that raises the bar, offers a helping hand, but you can also take this hand, and I'm assured that this implementation will be a great success with you, ladies and gentlemen. Slowly but steadily, we're heading for the end of this conference. Poland in healthy atmosphere, experience of Małopolska, and support in anti-smoke activities. On behalf of the Marshal's Office, our partners, and our NGOs, I want to thank you for these 2 intensive days together. It was a great honor to be with you here at the heart of Małopolska, at this center. Thank you very much for bearing with us. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. Thank you for sharing your recommendations. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the debates and discussions and this huge positive energy. Let me just remind you, ladies and gentlemen, who've been using simultaneous interpretations, bear in mind that you need to return your headsets at the reception. Do not forget to do that, and I'll see you. My name is Tomasz Stawowy. Thank you and goodbye. Enjoy your lunch.